long as my hands are up. No,
Thank you very much. We are going to start. It's 22 minutes past 12. Siyanibonani embalendle. We are going to request a volunteer that is going to open with a prayer for us. Anyone that is volunteering to do that. I see there is, okay. All right, siyabonga. Uzosihlabelela? Okay.
Hello? Can you all stand up? I will not sing, I will just pray, but I will pray with my own language. Let us close our eyes. Baba ikameni lika Jesu waseNazaretha, Baba siyabonga ukuthi wena ungithixo, siyabonga ukuthi unguNkulunkulu. Baba ekseni naye Baba inhlangano namhlanje siletha kuwe. Baba yenza isibusiso phezulu kwenhlangano. Konke konke Nkosi yami kuyokhulunywa nokuyokwenziwa ngaphakathi kwalenhlangano. Simeme umoya ongcwele ukuthi ungene ngaphakathi kwalendawo. Baba konke lokho sicela egameni lomfelo wethu uJesu Kristu waseNazaretha. Amen. Can sit down.
Thank you, Mfundisi. Siyabonga Mfundisi. Siyabonga. So we are opening egameni lika Yesu Kristu. He will be carrying us this afternoon. At this stage, I'm going to ask the Mayor, Councillor Zuma, to welcome us in his territory.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson Umama Umbingo Gigaba. Let me take this opportunity and selectively greet yourself, the honorable members of the committee from Parliament. Also take this opportunity to greet the honorable members from the legislature. Take this opportunity also to greet the executive mayor of the district, municipality. Also to greet the honorable speaker of the local municipality governing Mbeki and councillors. Take this opportunity also to greet all stakeholders that are taking serious interest of this particular bill. Honorable Chair, one thing that one can confirm is that nature is something that is given, and from time to time it will always master and become the greatest teacher of all. As we deal with issues as beginning education, there is no greater teacher than the nature itself. Secondly, as we draw the understanding from nature, ourselves as human beings are an advanced species of the animal kingdom. Therefore, from time to time, we will draw lessons and advance ourselves. And as we do so, it is very important for us also to ensure that we upgrade ourselves and how we handle ourselves. It is for that particular reason that I would want to believe we are all here so as we can be able to continuously amend and upgrade ourselves as the South African nation, so as we can be able to advance at a rapid rate, at a rate that is going to create harmony and development of an advanced kind towards the future. South Africa remains a country that has so much potential that can be able to unleash so much sophistication that can be able to advance the globe as a whole. Therefore, it becomes crucial for our education to also meet the standards that are required for us to be able to carry that mandate. And your good selves having decided to come and converge with us here as citizens of Governing Mbeki is much appreciated, so as we can be able to give our honest view in terms of what is it that we feel about education and how it should be treated and taken forward. With these few words, I would like to welcome all of you and hope that you are going to be free to contribute in a manner that is going to advance all of us as South Africans. Welcome to Governing Mbeki, a municipality which is a model city of excellence. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga Baba Zuma. Siyabonga the first citizen of Governing Mbeki municipality. So we are welcomed here officially now. I am now going to ask the members here to introduce themselves so that you get to understand who is here from Parliament and Legislature, of course, to conduct the hearings today.
Good afternoon, goeiemiddag mense van Governing Mbeki. My name is Marina van Sail and I'm a member of the 6th National Parliament elected by the Democratic Alliance, and I serve on the Basic Education Committee.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sanbonan, Dumelang, goeiemiddag. My name is Baxolile Notata. I'm a member of Parliament serving in the National Assembly. I'm elected to this Portfolio Committee of Basic Education and Parliament as a whole by the Democratic Alliance. It's good to be in Mpumalanga.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ronnie, and my father's name is Morwa Tsetla, deployed in the 6th Parliament by the African National Congress. And further deployed into this all-important Portfolio Committee on Basic Education by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Pemi Majodin. My home is in Limpopo. My town is Tzaneen. Thank you very much.
Ola Embalenhle Ola. Lebitso la ka ke nna Gideon wa ga Mashego. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee in the Provincial Legislature from Mpumalanga for Education, Culture, Sports and Recreation.
Good day, everyone. Molweni, Dumelang. Ka lebitso ke Nombuyiselo Aduons. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education from National Assembly. I reside in the Northwest Province, deployed to Parliament by the African National Congress. Thank you.
Dumelang. Good afternoon. Sanbonani. Ninjani? Igama lami Bafuze Yabo. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. I'm also a member of the National Assembly, 6th Parliament. I'm deployed to Parliament by the oldest liberation movement on the continent of Africa, the African National Congress. I'm from Gauteng. Thank you very much for the warm welcome.
Dumelang. Yo. Eita mbalentle eita. Karen mbalentle khathetse. My name is Tebogo Letsie. I am a member of the 6th Parliament, serving in the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. Kabudulu, I'm from Gauteng, deployed to Parliament by the biggest organization in South Africa, the ANC.
Dumelang sanbonani goeiemiddag. My name is Jane Sithole. I serve in the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature on the Portfolio Committee of Education, Arts, Sports and Culture, representing the Democratic Alliance.
Aibo. Absheni, Vitora Menzako Wakamkabela, member of the Portfolio Committee of Education in the Provincial Legislature. Thank you.
A very good day. My name is Councillor Walter Mgomezulu, the Executive Mayor Siban, the District Municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Bongi Wempingo Kikaba. I'm from the Northern Cape. I am the chairperson of the committee from the National Assembly, deployed by the African National Congress. I am now going to ask Utatu Ndlebe from Basic Education to come and outline the bill for you, the community of Mbalenhle. And immediately when he is done, the proceedings of today are going to be done by Honorable Adwans. Thank you very much, Mr. Ndlebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members. Thank you very much to Councillor Mgomezulu, the Executive Mayor, Councillor Zuma, members of the legislature in the province, ladies and gentlemen, officials of the department from national and provincial that are here, and good afternoon. Good afternoon. I come from the basic education. My name is James Ndlebe. I'm the Chief Director responsible for school governance, school management, independent schools, issues around the rationalization of schools. We are responsible for the BELA bill. We are the people that have written the BELA bill and requested Parliament to approve the BELA bill in consultation with yourselves. Why we have asked Parliament to look at the BELA bill is because as the custodian of the education system in the country, we realized that since 1986, when we passed the Act, the South African Schools Act, there have been changes in the way our demographics are changing. So the laws of the country must keep pace with those changes that are in there. It is also due to the frustrations that the education department experiences if they have to manage the education of the country, because somewhere we feel there are obstacles that we believe needs to be removed, and hence we put them down and ask Parliament to look at. What you have in your hand as you received when you entered is the comprehensive BELA bill, which indicates what we think we needed to amend or change or include. And these are about 56 clauses all in all. So if you go through clause number 1, you'll end up with about 56 of them. Now, time would not allow us to go through all the 56 of them. I'll just pick and choose whichever clauses that I want to explain why we have put that clause as is, so that as you debate from a position of having read and having understood why the department is going that way. One of the things that you'll find in the BELA bill is the issue of learner attendance. It is well publicized that we have a problem of the dropout rate. Then we began to say, can we tighten up, especially at school level, and ask the SMTs and the principals to play a very significant role in arresting the situation of learner attendance and having in consultation with parents. It's one of the things that you're going to find there. In schools, we are now faced with a lot of violence, abuse, and violence among children. Even teachers are attacked there. We thought it would be important to look at the code of conduct that SGBs develop in schools. But in order to assist them, we have added a lot of definitions and examples of what constitutes a misconduct and what makes a serious misconduct and what makes a minor misconduct. So that as SGBs deal with disciplinary hearing in schools, then they are sort of guided in a proper direction. So that is what you'll find in the BELA bill. The BELA bill also talks around issues of corporal punishment, which has been abolished long time ago, but there are examples that we're putting into the definition of a corporal punishment, because it's not just using a stick. It involves a lot like verbal abuse and other treatment that learners might experience. So we put that in the BELA bill, and we're asking that it gets approved so that there is common understanding on how we deal with it. We have realized that our SGBs are weakened by the statement that only parents can serve in the SGB. Now we're trying to say there are members of communities that have skills that can assist the SGB in performing its function. Then we're putting it in the BELA bill to allow SGBs to co-opt members that are not parents who are going to make a difference in the SGB itself. So you'll find that addition in the BELA bill. The BELA bill also deals with issues around special schools. The SGBs of special schools have not been given or afforded the opportunity to run a special schools. Now, we're saying the minister needs to allow for other members in the communities who have specialization around issues of special school, whether it's the blind, the deaf, the artisan, and all that. These people need to be drawn into the SGBs and do that. The South African Schools Act doesn't have issues of specialized schools or schools of focus. Now we want to put it in the BELA bill that should a school decide to specialize in a particular type of an area, they should be allowed to go there. So this has been gaps that were not in SASA. Furthermore, as the Department of Education, we have realized that we have a challenge when it comes to the management of finances in schools. Corruption is getting worse day by day. Checks have been cancelled. We don't deal with checks anymore in schools. Schools are using debit cards, but the utilization of those debit cards have opened a gap where financial management becomes a challenge. Then we're proposing in the BELA bill that let's have quarterly reports of financial statements from schools that the department will receive. Because at the moment, the Act only prescribes financial statements to be submitted at the end of the year. Then we're saying it's too late by then. A lot would have happened. Money would have disappeared in the process. Maybe let's use it on a quarterly basis. We're also saying the Act doesn't provide sufficient powers to the SGB to appoint an investigation team to investigate a school should there be mismanagement of funds, and we want to put it in the Act as well. The Act doesn't allow individual schools can come together or a district come together and do what we call central procurement of textbooks and stationery. Then we're saying, let's have an enabling act condition that will allow schools to even come together, even work with the department to procure these things centrally, which was not there in the Act, and we'd like to see it in there. But key to the Act are things that we believe as a department we are unable to deliver quality education. It is basically in the issue of access to education. There are two policies that are a hindrance to access to education and the transformation of education. That has to deal with language policies of schools and also the admission policies of schools. We believe 29 years now, there are still learners that can access particular schools because of the language policies that have been developed by the schools. So this is according to what you read there. It says SGBs need to continue to develop their language policy the way they have been doing it. But the rider is that when the school has developed a language policy, should there be discrepancies and problems around that policy which are contrary to the constitutions and the law of the department, then the head of department must step in. So if you've got a language policy that you've developed and it's fine, it doesn't have a problem. But should it have these exclusionary statements and discriminatory statements, somebody needs to come in and intervene on that basis. And we're requesting that the HOD needs to step in there. This also applies to the admission policy, that develop your admission policy, but if it's found to be discriminatory, the HOD needs to do that. The previous act allowed the SGB to determine language policies and admission policies with all the authorities they have without anybody intervening in case nothing happens. We as a department are preaching for home language. We are preaching for these languages, mother tongue language to be done. But it's funny, in 2023, we only have two languages that are dominant in the whole country, English and Afrikaans. Even if our schools can have 80% of learners in there, they will all be doing English and Afrikaans. And we're saying these language policies need some intervention somewhere so that these principles of access, transformation, and other languages being introduced into the school then are taken care of. At this time, we don't have communities that are not racially mixed, but all the children that live in a particular community must be afforded the opportunity to access education in the home language of their own. They can't start grade 1 until grade 12 and only speaking English and Afrikaans, and their home languages are not taken care of. And this is why we say if the SGB comes up with an admission policy, a language policy, which is contrary to this part of statements, then the HOD must step in. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndlebe, for taking us through the 56 clauses that are contained in the BELA bill. I believe maybe we must start by forthrightly apologize to the community of Mpumalanga, Gersiband district, Governing Mbeki local municipality and surrounding communities. that when we're supposed to be here the past few weeks, we were supposed to postpone, not because we're not taking you serious, but there were complications that we encountered as the portfolio committee, and we thought it's best that we postpone and plan for this day so that all of you have a chance to come and participate. So we humbly apologize as we did, and we can see that our apology is accepted by the masses that we see in front of us. I am going to take you through the process that is going to unfold. And we must know that this is the Parliament's process. So whatever happens in Parliament is going to unfold today. We are going to listen to all of you. All of you are going to participate. We are going to give you a chance for you to comment to the bill. But we are going to do it in two folds. You see there are staff members sitting this side, it's Parliament staff and DBE, Department of Basic Education staff. They have forms that you can use to comment. That will be another way of participating. These forms, when you are going to fill them and make your comment and also inform us whether you support or reject the bill, you are not going to come to the stage and speak because it's one and the same thing. So we are going to allow those who are not shy to come and participate and speak openly, and those that can't speak can just fill the form and leave it with the staff members of Parliament and DBE. Now, there are a few ground rules that I want to lay down before we start. The first one is that I am going to note hands of people who do want to speak. I think it's 15 chairs here, ne? Is it 15? We'll come to the chairs, and when they are done, they will go back where they are seated. And we are going to allow you to speak for 3 minutes. And in that 3 minutes, you start by telling us your name and whether you support or reject the bill, and then you can elaborate more by commenting on whatever it is that you want to comment on, but for 3 minutes. And when you do that, you are not going to fill the form as I explained. So it's either you fill the form or you are going to come here and speak. So I will start on the side, note 15 hands on this side, and then when we are done, I will come on this side and I will take 2 rounds. Only for 3 minutes, and then you sit down. I hope you understand. I hope everything is clear. This, I will take it one side, and this is another side. So I am going to take the first round. I see there's a lady in front. You can come, and you say, with the brown shirt, the lady, you must come to the seat. When I note you, please come to the seats. Abuti with the green top, yes. Yes, sir with the glasses, blue t-shirt. Yes, sir, glasses, come. With the paper on top, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All of you, that row, all of you, come. And the 3 at the back. And feel free to express yourself with your language that you understand. There are interpreters here, they would interpret for the entire house to understand what you have commented on. Is it full? Okay, let me take you, be the last one, so that when I come to the side, I know I'm done the first round. Can you start now, number one?
Hello. Program Director, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Terry Lee Kleinans, and I am rejecting the BELA bill as it stands. As a Democratic Alliance, we have to understand that curbing the powers of the SGB would lead to drastic circumstances within the schools. These are people that are involved in communities. These are people that know what the traditions is within communities and understand what the school's needs are. By curbing the SGB's powers, we are making kids a number. We are making kids a statistic, whereas currently under the SGB, they are individuals. They are known and they are seen. We cannot allow SGBs that have gone beyond measures, especially such as curbing load shedding, raising funds, in order for kids to have education while electricity is still there with a government that has failed them, and we curb their powers. Therefore, we are rejecting this bill in entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. The next one.
Good afternoon, everybody present. I'm Jan du Plessis. I'm representing AfriForum. I'm the chairperson of the Secunda branch, and I'm speaking on behalf of our members. The 7 main reasons why we reject this bill. According to this bill, the final decision-making powers, which currently rest with the school governing bodies, will be transferred to the provincial heads of education, and thus more power will be centralized in the hands of the state. AfriForum is opposed to such a centralization of power because we see what happens where the power has been taken over by the government. Everything falls to pieces. Provincial heads of education will have the final authority to decide on a school's language policy, and the policy will have to serve the broader community. This will in effect mean the end of Afrikaans schools, which is in the Constitution, that every child has the right to be educated in his home language, his mother tongue language. Then the next one is communities will lose their say over entry requirements at public schools, which could mean fuller classes and therefore poorer quality education. Our point of view with this legislation is that they want to draw the schools down to the standards of if I can call it, the government schools, where the school governing bodies do not do what they have to do. That is why the education quality is very poor in certain schools. And in the schools with proper governing bodies, the education is at a much higher standard. Then that's in Article 5. Provincial heads of education will have the authority to merge schools, combine their governing bodies and assets, as well as determine new names and addresses for the merged schools. Why take the pride away from a school and then give it another name because it's not a political correct name? Provisions in the bill conflict with the Constitution, like I said before. existing legislation and judgment of the Constitutional Court. The bill is passed and implemented. Court cases against it will be inevitable and will swallow even more of the taxpayers' hard-earned money. Because everything goes to court nowadays. It's a waste of money. Keep the things as it is where it's working. Rather concentrate on the places where it's not working and fix those problems. Communities have to be
Your
able...
time is up, sir. Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes is up.
Sorry, say again?
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. Puti, why ungahlali phansi bakunike i-mic ukhulume uhleli apha esitulweni? Where is the mic? Give him that mic.
Ngiyabonga. Ngumongezi Michael Sestile okhulumayo. Ngingumphakathi wala eMbalenhle. Mina ngizophawula la kuma disability. Abantu abaqhwalile ezikolweni kufana nokuthi akumelanga babe khona. Ayikho into engcono ngabantu abaqhwalile. Yonke indawo esikolweni kuphi. Ngibuye la ngize ezikolweni. Umuntu omnyama esikolweni ugcina sene frustration. Cause esikolweni ufunda ngespanner encwadini. So mawuphuma esikolweni so kuyenzile grade 12. So ubuya college or university. Awusazi neso spanner igama laso ubani. Mawufika ecompanyini Sasol or amakhampani amakhulu. Mawufika khona awazi nix ngespanner into ifundele kuyafana nokuthi ayikho. So isikolo sigcina sikufrustrate. Cause ayikho into yaziyo kodwa ufundile. Into yaziyo English nale Afrikaans yabamhlophe. Ezikolweni nje iAfrikaans even umntwana kumele ayofunda iAfrikaans kodwa si 80% yabantu abamnyama kodwa nizofunda le Afrikaans. Abantu abaninzi abaya kwizikole ezingcono ngabantu abanemali. Umuntu omnyama uyafuna esikolweni kuleso singcono but aka afford ukubhatala lapho. So angazi ilegislator mayihleli nabantu beeducation bayibona njani leyo nto. Mawubona nje kune violence esikolweni abantwana besikolo akuthi bayathanda abathandi. But isimo somuntu omnyama esikolweni ngiyabonga.
Bengicela ukhulume baba ukuthi uyayixhasa ibill okanye awuyixhasi.
Inkinga yale bill. Yakhuluma. Inkinga yale bill angi-understand noma iya-change noma iyenzani. Ngizamile ukuyifunda. So angazi noma ngizayixhasa kanjani. Because angi-understand. Angizuzibopha ngento engingayizwa.
Next, siyabulela but. Oh, can we have a translation first? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. The gentleman here, his name is Mongezi. He is one of the community member here in Mbalenhle. The first point that he is worried about, it's about people living with disability, especially at school. It seems as if they are not catered, they are not taken care. So that's the problem they have. If you are disabled and you go to school, it becomes very, very difficult for you. So that's the first point he mentioned. And the second point, it's about black people. He says it's very, very hard if you are a black person at school today, because you go and attend school. At school, they will teach you about the spanner. Then later on, you go to higher education, you complete your matric. But when you come back and start working, you find that you don't know even the name of that spanner. The only thing that you know is English and Afrikaans. So these confuse black people and frustrate them. So black people today, they feel frustrated because of that education where they only able to speak English and Afrikaans. And mostly in schools, you find that 80% of the students, they speak another language, not necessarily English or Afrikaans as their mother language. But when they're at school, they have to speak English. So that's another thing that he mentioned. So the violence that we see today at school, it's not that we like it or we are happy when we see this violence, but it's because people are frustrated. So that's why we see a lot of violence. So when it comes to the bill itself, I am confused. I don't know. I've tried to read the bill, but I don't understand it. So I cannot support something that I do not understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, honorable members and everyone. I am Tose, I am 16 years old. I have been a homeschooler for 12 years. I reject clause 37 of the BELA bill. While I have never attended school, I have learned to read, write, and more. Homeschooling is a very flexible way to learn. Like, for instance, during the day, I am busy with my hobbies or digging into the word. And at night, I start with my schooling. I am currently busy with computer science, learning how to build my own website at the level of professionals, and psychology, a university course. Through homeschooling, I have learned to be independent in my thinking and learning. I have learned to be a strong leader who knows how to respect my parents, my siblings, adults, and anyone around me. I have also learned to be responsible for my walk with God. I also get to do things at my own pace. For instance, I was diagnosed with CRPS, which is a chronic pain. And because I was constantly in pain, it was difficult for me to study. And if I was in a traditional school, I was going to be subjected under the immense pressure of catching up. But because I am a homeschooler, I have the chance to catch up on what I have missed while being busy with my grade 10. Even now, as I am here, I am in pain, but homeschooling and my parents have taught me to be a strong, young, black Christian woman who knows how to fight for what is right. Being taught by my parents, someone who knows me, who has known me my whole life, is better than being taught and assessed by a stranger. During my homeschooling years, I have realized that homeschooling was and still is somehow a strange phenomenon, especially amongst my African black community. I would often be asked by my grandparents, other family members, and neighbors, how do I advance to the next grade? But they don't realize that the assessment and progress report is meant for the parents who are not directly involved with their children's educational progress, whereas my parents are immediately and always aware of my progress and development. I have been told by a lot of my peers that because I have not gone to school, I haven't lived life. But please allow me to set the record straight that we homeschoolers have a great social life and we don't feel like we're missing out on anything. I am glad my parents homeschooled me. Thank you for listening.
Young lady, thank you. Before you leave the Please go back. You are clear that you are rejecting clause number 37.
Yes.
Is it possible that you support the other clauses or the bill itself?
No.
You are rejecting?
Yes.
So that is the problem that you must also deal with. When you are rejecting one clause, you must also say if you are possibly supporting the bill or rejecting it. So thank you very much that you have clarified that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, honourable members. I am NC van Heijsteen. I'm the caucus leader for the Democratic Alliance here in Governor Mbeki municipality. And we reject this bill in its totality. One of the reasons is the language and admissions policies. The BELA bill will remove the powers of school governing bodies, the SGBs, to make decisions about language and admissions policies in their schools. The BELA bill will be used to target mother tongue education, especially single medium schools, as a scapegoat for the ANC government, who has failed to build enough schools that provide quality education. The Constitution protects the right to mother tongue education where it's reasonably practical. The DA strongly defends and seeks to extend that right where parents wish to exercise it, whether it be Afrikaans, Xhosa or Venda. Schools and communities must keep the power to decide what is best for their children. The department should only intervene if there's evidence that a school is using a language policy to discriminate against learners. The BELA bill gives the department the opportunity to centralize and abuse its powers and to discriminate against learners, to undermine the right to mother tongue education. While the DA supports proper administration appeal mechanisms, we reject the notion that the school governing bodies or the SGBs are forced to appeal to the heads of education departments against unfair and damaging policies imposed upon schools by those same heads of departments. I submit. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mfankona Mkhalipi from the community, and I'm also a member of the South African Communist Party. I stand to support the bill. More when it comes to the issue of language. I was saying I support the bill, more particularly when it comes to the issue of language. I think the most hindrance for us as a black was this issue of language. The language that I used at school, I think are the one that give us a problem when it comes to the public school, because we are using two languages, which is Afrikaans and English. Then secondly, the issue of SGP to be given that power, to be given that mandate to make sure or to oversee the issue of school. I also support that, but it must be a people with the capacity who must do that. Not each and everyone must be a part of this SGP. I thank you.
Sanibonani. Ninjani nesiqamtho. Lokhulumayo uDr. Mayisela we-DOPP. Isiqamtho sesimane siyanhlonipha ukuza la. It's because first of all the Disabled People Organization anwa invitanga even iDEFSA itself nize nama interpreter interpretela bobandla. We don't have any document ye braille engiyibonayo la. But you say it all people. Section 6 niphikisana naye we constitution. Manje ngalendlela kungako ngithi akukho engikusapotayo, it's because I'm representing the members who are cross disability. Asazi ngibanjwe sengibanjwa la e-officeini lethu la eSasol Club, but bamayisela kunanaba abantu. So we don't have any invitation. Sizo discussani if ningas involved. That is my concern. So I'm very concerned the way you are doing izinto ngayo. Nishiya abantu okuyibona enibahlukumezayo. Nithi nizokwenza izinto. Ngiyabonga, angifuni nokukhuluma nangezinye izinto. There are many things which I can talk about it.
Maybe before Uhla Estulweni Tata, maybe it was an oversight on my side that there is a document here, Braille. It's also in that table.
The invitation to the organization. Nangu mayor uyasazi sikhona around ama-disabled.
Not, I will ask the parliament to clarify that one because it's of our view that all organizations and stakeholders were invited in these public hearings.
Never. I'm saying never. Never.
Next speaker. Oh, interpretation. Thank you.
Audible. Greetings to members of the parliament. My name is Dr. Maisela. I'm from the DOPP. I would like to start by saying that we were just respecting you to come to this meeting because we, or our organization as disabled people, were not invited. We only heard about this on the grapevine and we decided to come here. You have come with the interpreters. We don't know who are they going to interpret for. And another thing is that you do not consider disabled people because I do not see any copies of Braille in the documentation you provided. And that is not in compliance with Section 6 of the Constitution. We did not know about this meeting. We are not aware about what is going to be discussed since we were not consulted, properly consulted. So we were left out and we don't know what input to make. I'm going to end there. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Thank you very much. My name is Tabiso Mofokeng. I'm the regional organizer from EFF. So to really give the fair answer to this with regard to this amendment bill. Yeah, I think what is more, good on this is that, at no stage that we can allow the discrimination after 30 years of democracy, but we still allow the situation whereby we said the language barrier should continue. I think we must be shameful of ourselves. It seems like we are not committed towards indeed, transform this democracy that we are within. So, the bill, it's very good and it's straightforward that the language barrier must not at all be allowed to public schools. And this is also going to help us towards employing those other languages in those schools. Because we are still having the schools whereby there's only African speaking language and English. No, let us be accommodative to anybody as the community. We are the community here. We are all the South Africans. When we talk about the rainbow nation, we speak about every race. Please. So just learn to accommodate one another so that we move. We don't move throwing other people's interests out and everything. But if the bill indeed addresses that, it is indeed very good. But however, ma'am, I would love to also extend this gratitude and say, can the Department of Education further investigate more thoroughly on the exemption policies from these other schools? Because the exemptions, they will open, but by April, the exemption is closed. And in the South African Schools Act, it opens up until to the end of the year. And the amendment here is not changed. But please monitor the schools, in particular, those schools that are said to be, paid schools. They've got a tendency of automatically stopping the exemption from April. And they will say it is the school, what is it? There's a term they talk about it to say, okay, the school is going to exercise its fiduciary duty to see to it whether you qualify or not. But all in all, I'm supporting the bill.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Next speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. My name is Thandi Monono. I'm an ANC member. I strongly support the BELA bill. I want to make an example. We have schools, for example, who have more than one school account. And in most cases, some of the accounts are not accounted for to the parents when there are parents' meetings or whatever meetings. So centralization, therefore, is very key so that we have uniformity. The issue of homeschooling is also addressed by the BELA bill. My take will be that there are issues that needs to be attended to in terms of homeschooling so that it becomes clear and it addresses all the inequalities that are there. But also, my reason for supporting the BELA bill is that this bill addresses challenges regarding learner access to quality education, as some schools deny learners admission. We experience that in each and every year, at the beginning of the year, there are learners who cannot be admitted in some schools. And this bill addresses all of that. And this bill also addresses uncertainty about home education, as I have already indicated. But most of all, this bill enhances the management of undocumented learners to ensure such learners are assisted as per clause 4. And this requirement is critical also to protect those learners who are not documented. And maybe lastly, Chair, the bill provides that school attendance is compulsory from grade R, which will improve learner preparation and resource support for grade R learners. I therefore strongly support this BELA bill in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For those who just came in, there are forms that are circulated by the staff members of Parliament. There's a lady there in my far left. She has the forms. Those forms is for those that want to write their comment and their support for the bill or rejection for the bill, and they don't want to come to the podium and speak. So it's one process. If you fill the form, there's no need for you to come here. If you are here on the podium, there's no need to fill the form. I think I'm understood. But the second thing that I want to address, there are comments that are made when people are speaking on the platform. Can you please stop that? Allow people to express themselves freely without any intimidation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. I'm Japi Masilela, a practicing educator representing SATU. Chairperson, I think we are fully in support of the bill. We just indicate one exception. But I think I need to speak to other very important clauses of the bill. Amendment of Section 5, that's clause number 4. I think that this amendment is belated, basically. This could have come far earlier than this, so that we ensure that the HOD plays a central role in terms of admission at public schools. Because I can hear people talking about government schools. I don't know which are government schools and which are not government schools, because they are independent and public schools. In those public schools, there are some vestiges of discrimination that are still being practiced with regard to admission. And this bill seeks to address that, especially the clause, the line that says the HOD should have the final authority to admit a learner to a public school after the appeal by a parent. That is very much progressive. Especially, it underpins the Constitution when it says that general position is that admission policies must be applied in a flexible manner, and that the right of a learner to be admitted to school must supersede the right of or the criteria set out by the admission policy of the school. So basically, the learner must be central here if we are serious about taking our learners seriously. Chairperson, I also want to speak to the question of language barrier. You see, Chairperson, that's stated in clause 5. No school should be allowed to become a Volksstaat in a democratic society. The use of whatever language as a barrier to admitting learners must be totally dealt with and crushed permanently in this country. We don't need such Volksstaat mindedness in our country. Let me go to my reservation now. Clause 8. Chairperson, I want to state that our schools should remain holy grounds. Liquor should be strictly prohibited. There should be no flexibility with regard to that, because the consequences may be dire to contemplate. We cannot afford that. No form, even if people who can come and tell us about fundraising, let them go and fundraise elsewhere, not at school with liquor.
Your 3 minutes is up, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next.
Angibingelele endlini into yokuqala kubaphathi bona bonke. Babmashilo itawubheka kuwe endlini. Cela khuluma lwimi lami lengatalwa ngalo ngobe silwa ngako la. Gama lami ngikholeni ngwakankosi. 1986 to 2023 sidze lesikhathi kakhulu. Mangicale nje ngokucela nje ngisho ngithi ibill 110% angiyibhekise nje endlini. Ivuna thine indlu lemnyama. Ayisabavuni bondlebe sikhanyilanga. Le yethu.
Try it again.
Seyibuyile. Oh. Ngiyabonga. Sabotage.
Ngicela uqale ezansi ne.
Ma.
Qala ngisete reset your 3 minutes. You can start by introducing yourself.
Oh.
Yes.
Ligama lam lengaphiwa ngimake nababe ngikholeni ngwakankosi. Hlala la esekhunda embalendle. Bengisabhekise lapha kubaba Mashilo ukuthi hey at least iljuba lika Noah libuyile. Mithe leminyaka 1986 to 2023 it's fine. Siyayisupporta my bill. Ivuna thine indlu lemnyama. Ngako bondlebe sikhanya ilanga nakuthiwa kuyakhulunywa. Abasafuni kuva next they rejected everything. Bangasabuki ukuthi phela sikhathi kufuna nabo basinikete labanye asivune nathi. Enzaweni etikolo ma njengoba ngithi ngiyasupport ibill. Siyalimala la etikolweni ngetshwala. Ngene nje kancane noma babe masilela bekasathe kunyatha nyathela. Angeni isikhulumeni neliquor board, nisikhulumele nayo. Le masport la eceleni kwetshwala alimbata tikolo tethu. Hayi kancane. 2 ma powers awangabe we SGB yona yonke. Namuhle governor Mpigi siku disaster. Ipass mark yethu yehle ngalenye indlela lesimanga. Ma power nisuke nawanikete SGB kakhulu. Kwegcina cela kubhekisa kusathu le. Baba Mashilo nanihleli lapha eParliament. Hayi sikhulumeleni phela. Anikeleni kuniketa ama foreign ama position of nithatha lokuncane in members of the SATU nifake etikhwameni. First priority akube ma voters walakhaya, akube ma educator lawa lakhaya la subscribe na SATU la bhadala ilevy. You find a foreigner ngesikhathi sokuthi bantwana tikolo kuvaliwe June kufuna babuye ba participate hambile useZimbabwe yena sele nalolo la ekhaya Arab sengosi kufuna sivuke sekiso leso sikolo. Stella, this thing must come to an end. Say support the bill. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga. Translation. Ngawuhlale kancane ba.
I would like to introduce myself. My name is Colin Gosi. That is the name that my father and my mother gave me. I would like to indicate that I support this bill 110%. It has been a very, very long time, from 1986 up to 2023. It has been a long time, and it is about time. I support this bill because it favors, in the main, black people. That is why you see or you hear white people today rejecting the bill one after another. Because it changes the dynamics. For once, it supports black people. That is why they find the bill unacceptable. It is giving other people who did not have an opportunity, that opportunity, for the very first time, after a long time, as I've said, since 1986. So it does not sit well with our white friends because they are going to be denied, or rather the privileges that they previously had or taken for granted are now going to be removed and given. Black people are going to have a fair chance also. I would also like to talk about liquor in our schools. I would also suggest that we have an engagement with the liquor board, because you cannot have a situation where you have a liquor outlet next to a school. That is untenable. That situation should be addressed. I acknowledge what Mr. Mashilo has already said, but I would like to direct my next comments to SATU. I would like to ask SATU to give priority to locals when they recruit teachers. They should give priorities to the voters of this country, and they should give priority to those people who are affiliated to SATU, who pay a monthly levy, instead of giving people who are not South Africans. For instance, during holidays, these people leave the country and go to their own countries. And if there is anything that needs to be addressed, if there is a problem with learners or with a school, they are nowhere to be found because they are not citizens of this country. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ngathi ayifuna ukukhuluma futhi. Igama lami ngobafana wakandinisa, ngimember ye-ANC, ngumhlalo waseGovernor Mbeki, ngubaba wengane mangimela. Engifuna ukukusho ukuthi njengoba ngimela sibonga ubuholi lapho phambili obubuke le bill babona ukuthi kunezinto ekufanele ishintshwe. Ngibonga ukuthi mina ngomunye ojikela last uma ku postpone angikwatanga bekosa ngijike ngibuye ngikhulume namhlanje. Sibonga ukuthi izinto enizibukile yilezi zinto nathi besizoyikhuluma la ukuthi ifuna ukushintshwa kulomthetho. Asikwazi ukuhlala nomthetho wango 1996 sithi lo mthetho namanje usase right. Kubalekile ukuthi sijwayele ukuthi ushintsho luyipeni kwabanye abantu. Uma Nkosi izinto ishintsha abanye abantu bezubuhlungu. Akufanelanga thina njengohulumeni weANC sinesa ama feelings wabantu ngamunye uma ngabe Nkosi sishintsha izinto. La sikhuluma ngefuture yengane. Sikwenzelana ukuthi kube nesikolo esithi kuzofundisa iAfrikaans ekubeni sazi ukuthi kwezinye izikole ayifundisa iAfrikaans. Kuvimbela izingane zaselokishini ukuthi kube nezinye izikole ezingakhona ukuyofunda kuzo. Sibonga ukuthi ningamaqabane adeployeke kahle, ningamaqabane akwazi ukusirepresenta nesirepresente kahle. I-bill is supported 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Translation. He spoke for less than a minute. You can't translate for 4 minutes. Please assist us.
All right, my name is Bafana Ndinisa, and I want to greet everyone here. First of all, want to acknowledge that we also have leaders, and we are happy that we are here as leaders also. I was here last time when this meeting was postponed, and I was not angry, so that's why I came back again, and I'm happy. So this is time for change. This is time for change since 1996. So for you as our leaders, we are happy. This is not the time to nurse the feelings of those who do not want change. So now it's time for change. We can't have a school here where everyone will be forced to speak Afrikaans. So I'm so happy that we are here as leaders and you are taking us forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Angelique van Staden. I reject the BELA bill, especially clause 37. I'm grateful to God for you as a committee, as it is a privilege to be able to address you today. We are taught from the Bible and in our church to pray for our leaders in authority. We are a praying people in this nation, and God does hear and answer our prayers. I pray for God's truth for our nation. We are in agreement that through this committee, God will bring about His freedom and truth in education. This platform allows us to practice our democratic rights and not to be restricted by egalitarian movements. This committee is a wonderful vehicle by which God can bring about change in Parliament and in education. Yes. I'm a homeschooling mother of 4, and I've been homeschooling for 10 years. There has been a price that I've had to pay when we as a family answered the call of God to homeschool our children. The price of not pursuing my own career, the price of one income, the price of endless time, energy, and effort, the price of being willing to adjust when changes needed to be made, the price of endless finances and resources given to educate our children in their best interest, which uncapped education greatly assisted us with. The price of being relentless and not quitting regardless of those challenges. I've given my life to this. If someone on this committee had chosen to homeschool their child, it would be plausible to assume that they may not be sitting on this panel today. I have intentionally exchanged pursuing a career for pursuing what I believe God called us as a family to do. My pursuit has been to ensure that my children are best equipped in every area of their life and that they will follow the dream God has for them. Therefore, I strongly object to applying to the HOD for registration of my children to receive home education. I strongly object to the HOD having the right to decline registration based on their interpretation of what is in my child's best interest. I strongly object to the Minister making regulations relating to the registration or administration of my children. Homeschooling families should be commended for taking the responsibility to educate their children, easing the burden on the education system, making no demand on the financial system. We have intentionally wanted to raise well-rounded, contributing members of society. Therefore, the BELA bill should be removed and we should work together to find ways to bridge gaps.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Etienne Rousseau and I'm a member of the SGB of one of the local schools. We support some of the proposed amendments, but we strongly disagree with others. We asked ourselves, how will this benefit the child and how will this improve the quality of education? We do not support the following proposed acts in the bill. Section 5, the admission policy. Clause 3 of the proposed amendments state that the head of departments has the final...
Sir, sorry, can you pause for a while? There's a noise back there. What's happening? No, you can't do that. Can you please take off your hands? Can you follow, sir? A serious matter of what now? You came late. Is it a point of order?
What does it say?
You know, this is your process, community of Imbalent. So don't do that. If you had a problem, listen first. Listen. You should have indicated that you have a problem, you don't understand English. Listen first. Listen. Mamelani. As mamelaneni. Le process yenu ningayimoshi. This is your process. Ngicela sisebenzisane la. Asiyenzeni so. Ngizawucela ukuthi abantu understand English. Bakhulume ukuthi bayayifuna translation. Don't disturb others when they are speaking because some of you came very late. Some of you came very late when we have started and explained the process. Now we'll allow those abafuna ukuthi ba translate ngenkulumo yabo iyenzwe. We've been translating for other languages. We'll translate also for those that want to be translated abangayi understand the English. And no, please take off your hands, please sit down and keep quiet. Please sit down and keep quiet. I told you when we started that this is Parliament and we'll do as we do in Parliament. Now I'm saying to you, those that cannot understand, abangayi understand English or okanye bangayizwa, sizawuba allow ukuthi bani translate. Nithule nimamelane because nani nizoyifumana chance yenu yokuthi nize la nizokhuluma. Siyazwana? Ngiyabulela. Continue, sir.
Thank you. So firstly, section 5, the admissions policy. Clause 3 of the proposed amendments state that the head of department has the final say on who is admitted to schools. The centralization of power is never in the best interest of communities. Centralization of power puts power in the hand of politicians who serve ideologies and not the community. Section 6, Clause 4, the language policy. It is a fact that children are better educated when it's done in their own home language. Limiting the input of school governing bodies about language policy will not improve our schools. Section 20, limiting powers of governing bodies to recommend candidates for appointment. Only the school and governing bodies fully know what is needed from a specific teacher in a specific position. One of the biggest challenges for state departments are to fill vacant positions with suitable persons. This responsibility needs to stay within the community of the school. The parents of the school must have the final say in the person that plays a huge part in the education of their children. Section 21, central procurement. The head of department does not know what a specific school needs. Support material will not reach schools as it should and as is already the case. This will also be a place where control will be very difficult and corruption likely to occur. Central procurement will also result in products and services not done in time. There will also be minimal consequences for providers not delivering a good service. Section 22. The head of department may on reasonable grounds withdraw one or more functions from the school governing body. What exactly does reasonable mean? It has not been clarified, and it then means that this is at the discretion of the head of department. Then the disclosure of financial interests. Clause 14 proposes that all members of the governing body discloses annually all of their financial interest and financial interest of their spouse and family members. This constitutes an unreasonable invasion of privacy. The amendment will deter some parents from making themselves available to serve on school governing bodies. And then just in conclusion, in South Africa we have multiple examples of state-governed institutions that have failed. Let us not make the same mistakes with our schools. Our schools' children's future and our own depends on that.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
I'm advised that in this area there are two dominant African languages, isiZulu and isiNdebele. So they will rotate. Can I get Ndebele to translate? And then the next round will get isiZulu, just like that. Thank you.
Hello. I did not make any notes because I didn't know which language they will require the translation in for what the previous speaker just said. Okay.
Ngiyanibingelela bengithanda nje ukuthi ngiphawule nje kafushane lokho kukhulunywe isikhulumi la ukhulumeke ukuthi bona abawusekeli lo mthetho sivivinywa ikakhulu uye wachaza ke ukuthi laphana esigabeni sesihlanu ku clause 3 lapho kukhuluma ngenqubomgomo yokwamukela kwabafundi esikolweni ukuthi ke ngendlela ungakhona ubona ukuthi imiphakathi yiyo efanele ukuthi ibe namagunya ukuthi athathe isinqumo sokuthi ke kuamukelwa ziphi izingane lapho esikolweni okunye futhi akukhulumile ukuthi kukhona lesici sokuthi ke ukuhlanganelwa kwamagunya njengoba akhona laphana kusigaba sesine esikhuluma ngenqubomgomo yezolwimi uthi iSGB njengoba iye yanikezwa amagunya wokuqoka lapha esikolweni ubona ukuthi ke kuyinto ukuthi kufanele ukuthi kubukisiswe kahle ukuthi abazali kube yibo abanelungelo lokuthi basho ukuthi ibaphi abantu abafanelekile ukuthi baqashwe esikolweni ukuze bazobhekelela ukufundisa izingane zabo lapha kusigaba u21 ukhulume ngalokho ukutholakala kwezinsiza ngokuhlanganyelwa i-central procurement uthi yena akahambelani nayo ngoba esikhathini esiningi kuzophuza ukuthi ke kufike kwezinye izikolo kanti ke lokho ke kwenza ukuthi ke izinsiza zisalele emuva kwezinye izikolo ngendaba ukuthi ngeke baze bathole lezo zinsiza ngesikhathi esisodwa lapha kusigaba u22 uthi ngokufanele kufanele ukuthi ke noma ke lapha ku clause 14 la kukhulunywa khona ukuthi amalungu weSGB womkhandlu ophethe izikolo ukuthi kufanele ukuthi adalule izindaba zabo zezimali kanye namalungu wabo womndeni kanti ke ubona ukuthi lokhu ke kuyizindaba ezigodliwe ezibhekene nabantu kanti akufanele ukuthi ke umthetho ungenelele kulolo daba ugcineke ngokuthi lemithethomgomo ekhona la iyakhomba ukuthi ke yona ayinamiphumelo emihle futhi ke kubonakala ukuthi kufanele ukuthi ibuyekezwe ikwazi ukuthi ibe nemiphumela engcono ngiyabonga
Ngiyabonga. Next.
Good day. My name is Opri Mabuya. I'm representing the African National Congress, the People's Movement. I support the BELA bill, which seeks to enhance the organizational efficiency of the basic education system to improve school governance, leadership, and accountability, transforming education services and protecting vulnerable groups to ensure learners' well-being and access to learning. The legacy of colonial and apartheid has entrenched spatial inequality and poverty, creating systematic exclusion and requiring Parliament to continuously amend legislation to respond to the changing condition. Having achieved commendable targets pertaining to access, redress, and equity, we must further ensure that there is a strategic alignment and repositioning of the basic education sector by prioritizing policies and strategies targeting the achievement of quality teaching and learning outcomes, enhancing accountability system of ensuring the achievement of the quality outcome and the efficiency of the basic education sector. I support all the clauses in the BELA bill because they will address problems, among others, deteriorating learner school performance and dropping out through clause 3, which call for an enhanced monitoring of school attendance by educators, principal, and school governing bodies, and address misconduct in school through clause 9, which clarifies what constitutes an act of serious misconduct by learners. The bill addresses challenges regarding learners' access to quality basic education as some schools deny learners admission. The bill will address uncertainty about home education legislation through clause 37, ensuring all learners are registered and their interests are protected by legislation, and the department is critical. The bill seeks to improve the SGB members' accountability through declaration, through clause 14, enable the head of department to investigate school financial records, and limiting SGB powers where capacity is inadequate in an intervention provision to support through clause 17 on the withdrawal of one or more function of the SGB and address challenges which vary per school. The bill empower the HOD for equitable access to schooling and inclusion of diverse South Africans in the school in a critical for social transformation. SGB powers to determine the school language policy and critical with the approval of the HOD to ensure inclusive school
Your time is up.
policies.
Thank you very
I support-
much. Thank you. Translation.
Siyawusekela lo mthethomlingwa begodwa sisekela zonke indinyana ezikhona ngaphakathi. Nalapho ke lo mthethomlingwa utshengisa ukuthi kuchugululwa imithetho yakade ekade kusetshenzwa ngayo esikhathini esidlulileko. Begodwa ke sisekela nangokuthi ke umthetho lo utshengisa iragelo phambili ukuthi kuzokuba nendlela etshaekusetshenzwa ngayo. Sisekela nokuthi ke umthethomlingwa lo ulungisa nofana uzama ukulungisa indlela yokuziphatha kwabafundi enkolweni lapho abafundi kubonakala ngasuthi abasaziphathi kuhle nokuvikelwa ke kwemkhandlo ophetheko inkolo ama-SGB kanye namandla aphiwe wona wokuthi asebenze enkolweni. Sisekela nendinyana ke eveza ukuthi ipha uHOD nofana uhloko womnyango ukuthi angenelele lapha kubonakala kunemiraro khona. Ngofitshane ke ubaba uthi uyayisekela yonke ama-clause nofana indinyana zomthethomlingwa lo. Ngiyathokoza.
Siyathokoza. Next speaker.
Ngiyabingelela emini okhulumayo uNondumiswa kaMabuza, imember ye-NSGB ovela eBhetali. We disagree and agree. One, we refuse the liquor in schools. We refuse, number two, we refuse the individual children given special religion rights. Three, we refuse the others teachers given extra money, if not all. Number four, we refuse the power taken away from the HOD that currently is in terms of homeschooling. Number five, we refuse the parents to declare the assets before they baselectwa ekolweni. Okunye esizocela singama SGBs. Siyacela eParliament ukuthi kunzima ngaphandle. Yes, corporal punishment idala yaphuma, but the teachers, about teacher bayasafara with those learners. There is drugs outside there. They are abantwana babhulisha abothisha kuyaliwa ezikolweni. Ngicela sasihleli siParliament sibuke sekubi ngaphandle if we close that. Okunye lokwelikhwa if sivumela ilikhwa ukuthi ibe khona ezikolweni kusho ukuthi ilizwe lethu seliyamoshakala. Other esikucelayo ukuthi if kuchashwa those teachers, siyacela ukuthi not for ifunza lushaba only. There are some kids abafundiswa imali ephume ebazalini. Let's consider those kids, not only funza lushaba. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga. Translation.
Greetings to everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Nondumiso Mabuza. There are a few things that we think we do not accept in the bill. First of all, the liquor at school, selling liquor at school, we do not accept that, as well as the money that is being given to teachers. We are also against that, and we also feel that now the powers are taken from the parents. We also against that, and as well as to declare the assets that you have before being recruited, we also are against that. Kodwa futhi elinye okuphuzu alvezile uMama uNondumiso ukuthi indaba yokushaywa kwezingane esikolweni ngempela indaba eyinkinga enkulu. Kuyavunywa ukuthi induku yavalwa esikolweni nokujeziswa kwezingane, kodwa udlame olubonakala esikolweni namhlanje kulubi kakhulu, kuyaliwa. Ngakho sicabanga ukuthi kufanele kwenziwe ezinye indlela zokubona ukuthi yini engenziwa uma kuziwa endabeni zokujezisa izingane. Phinde wabuyela futhi odabeni lotshwala, nakhona futhi usamile ekutheni kufanele ubhekwe ngoba udaba olubanga izinkinga ezinkulu uma kuba notshwala esikolweni. Kafushane nje ilokho akubekile uMama uNondumiso.
Kiabulela, thank you so much. I'm coming to this side now. I'm going to note 15 hands. They must come here. And those that want to fill in the form can do so. I will start with you, sir, in the front. Butiwe Pepper, Gelamba. The lady with glasses, yes. The lady with a yellowish, or is it a guy? Yellow top with a pink, yes, next to the pink one. Sir, with the, yeah, you. Mvale, yes, you, that are waving. The lady with, yes, you with a pen. The gentleman with the black top waving. Thank you. The phone. No, sit down, sit down. Where Naiza, and please sit down. The one with the black and yellow hat. Yeah, even that one you can come. He cap a blue. And you with the pink top. White cap. Now our page, I'm sure Nilingene know. How many? No, we're going to come back. Don't make noise. Just behave. Don't waste time. Nipelele. We'll come back for the last round, this side. Start, sir. Which one? What's happening? Put your spot here. You can stand there and then, yeah, when they move, then you can sit. Yes. Ongakalaya. Yes, you can start, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit our comments. My name is Pieter Fouchier, and I'm presenting SAOU in my capacity as chairperson of the Provincial Executive Council of Mpumalanga. We do partially support the BELA bill. The SAOU wants to reaffirm our commitment to the advancement of quality public education. No unfair discrimination based on race, gender, or any arbitrary grounds. School facilities must be utilized fairly and educationally accountably. The SAOU does not support the following amendments. Firstly, Section 5, the admission policy, where the HOD has the final authority regarding the admission policy of school. This proposed formulation will be unconstitutional. It is already tested in the court, where the Constitutional Court has pronounced on the legality of the current formulation in the case MEC of Education versus the SGB of Rivonia Primary in 2013. Furthermore, that we object to the criteria determining the capacity of school, Regulation 9 of the minimum norms and standards of public infrastructure are being misused. The 1 square meter and 40 learners per class is simply not sufficient, nor fair to learners and educators. Any school reaches a critical point where it must be regarded as full, therefore objective criteria to determine capacity of a school is required and must be set by DBE. Furthermore, we object to Section 5, the language policy, where the head of the department may approve the language policy of a public school or any amendment thereof. Other contentious amendments we are against, Section 9 and 10 regarding learner discipline. We agree with the principle relating to prohibition of corporal punishment, but not enough is being done regarding the rights of educators and the silent majority of learners in schools versus the rights of the perpetrators who are guilty of serious misconduct. Section 18, the disclosure of all financial interests by SGB members. Believe it will fall out in terms of the Protection of Personal Information Act. Section 20, the unilateral utilization of school facilities. It's not acceptable that in practice the local district or circuit office may be allowed to control the utilization of school facilities. And lastly, Section 21, 3A, the compulsory centralized...
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Translation.
ma'am.
Siyathokoza. Siyathokoza, igama lami ngingubhidi ngivela kuhlangano eyaziwa nge-SAOU. Kunendinyana ke esizisekelako kilomthetho omlingwa khulukhulu lapha ukungaphatheki isitshijilo sokuthi abanye abantwana babhalelwe kubhaliswa enkolweni nakuthoma unyaka asikhambelani nalokho ke nathi indinyana ke yesihlanu lapha iveza ukuthi uhloko womnyango kuza kuba nguye ophiwa amandla mayelana nokulawula inkolo lokho siyakusekela kodwa ke kunezinye indinyana esingakhambisani nazo njengokuthi ke enkolweni kubekwe ubunengi obungamukeleka mhlambe ngeklasini uthola ukuthi abantwana bayi40 ngeklasini linye okhunye ke esingakhambisani nakho kulokho kwenzakalako lapha abantwana bavela bangasahloniphi khona enkolweni le ndinyana ekhuluma ngalokho ke siyayisekela ke bese ke kune enye indinyana ethi ke amalunga we-SGB kufanele aveze ubujamo babo bemali sithi nalokho ke kulungile ukuthi baqalisise ngilokho nje ngokufitshana okhunye akuvezile kobaba ngiyathokoza
Ngiyabulela. Next.
Botani, mphathi nkqubo, magosa aseParlamente, inkokheli zethu zalapha eprovinsini nakomasipala wethu nomphakathi wonke. My name is Luntulita Botoman. I'm from the Eastern Cape. And through my experience as a young person in society, I've learned a couple of things. And one of them is this bill will not serve our society for the better. I reject it in its entirety because we lack the necessary infrastructure to assist our learners in the classrooms. We have overcrowding currently in Giriatswana, where you find 60 learners in a classroom. And how is a teacher supposed to attend to all the learners in each classroom, in each classroom? It becomes an issue now when it comes to this overcrowding thing because we're trying to push an infrastructure issue on as a language policy to try and push those learners who are overcrowded in those classrooms to other places. This is becoming a race and a language debate, or it is not. We need more classroom settings. We need permanent classrooms. For another example, Richard Fontaine has prefabs. No permanent structure at all here in government, at all. And we've been promised by the Department of Education to get permanent structures for our schools. So currently, as it is, this bill, we are against it in its entirety as a Democratic Alliance and as a young person in this municipality. And I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Translation.
Uqala nje ngicela ukubingelela bese ngivele ngena ngqo kulomthetho sivivinywa. Okokuqala mangisho ukuthi asivumelani ngokuphelele nalomthetho sivivinyo uwonke. Isizathu salokhu ukuthi into yokuqala into esiyidingayo ngempela inqala sizinda noma izindawo zokusebenzela ezikolweni asinazo. Kwezinye izikole uthola ukuthi kunabafundi abangu-60 eklasini elilodwa. Ulindele ukuthi uthisha abafundise kanjani. Manje lento ibe seyishintshwa uma kukhulunywa ngale nqubomgomo yolimi yenziwe sengathi indaba yobuzwe le. Kanti akuyona indaba yobuzwe, akuyona futhi indaba yolimi. Lena indaba yenqala sizinda. Uma singenazo izindawo zokufundela kungalindeleka kanjani ukuba sibe nakho konke. Ngakho ke kunendawo njengamanje lapho uhulumeni asithembise khona ukuthi uzosakhela isikole esiphelele, kodwa kuze kube manje sisalokhu sisebenzisa izindawo zesikhashana asinazo eziphelele. Ngakho kuyacaca ukuthi indaba yenqala sizinda. Ngakho mina njengosemusha we-DA nginqaba ngokuphelele, asivumelani ngokuphelele nalomthetho sivivinyo.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Okay, like this. Thank you, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you good? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zelda Marie de Toy, and I hereby reject the BELA bill, and specifically Clause 37. I stand before you today, first of all, because I have prayed and will continue to pray for God's will and order in education in this nation. Furthermore, I address you as a teacher, a former school principal, an educational psychologist, a mother of 4, and a home educator. After decades of involvement in education, I'm confident to say that parents are primarily responsible for the education of their children. And a child's learning is not a one-size-fits-all scenario. On the matter of HOD approval, I wish to comment that home education is a basic right of any parent, and the approval of such a choice should not depend on the discretion of an appointed HOD. With regards to the choice of program, I suggest that home educators should be at liberty to choose learning material, programs, and curriculums that best suit their children's individual needs. Lastly, concerning assessment, it is my professional opinion that assessment against caps is unnecessary and irrelevant within an individualized homeschool education setting. So in essence, my objection against these specific clauses, but the BELA bill as such, is to oppose the attack on and the erosion of parents' rights and responsibilities. Thank you for this opportunity to have a choice in a matter of importance for generations to come. May we unite together in our fight for freedom in education in this nation. And may you, the committee, be blessed with godly wisdom and supreme intelligence in this significant task you are appointed to. Thank you for listening. And thank you, committee, for serving the people. And thank you for coming back to Mpumalanga to offer us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Translation.
Ngiyabonga, ngiyanibingelela. Ngiyanibingelela, ngiyabonga kakhulu ngaleli thuba. Mina igama lami uZelda Marie Dutoy. Mina ngiqala ngokuthi angivumelani nalo mthetho sivivinywa. Ikakhulukazi isigaba u37 ngiyasiphikisa. Futhi ke mina ngithi ke ngiyathandaza ukuthi ke kuphetheke kwenzeke intando kaNkuluNkulu. Mina ngikhuluma nje njengothisha futhi ngeke ngaba uthisha enhloko kanti manje sengiyi educational psychologist. Ngikhuluma ngoba ke umsebenzi wabazali noma kusemahlombe wabazali ukuthi ke bakhethele izingane zabo indlela ebangathola ngayo imfundo. Manje lo mthetho sivivinywa njengoba usho ukuthi ke uHOD noma inhloko yomnyango kube yiyo ezokhethela abazali okufanele imfundo yezingane zabo. Angiboni kuyinto enembile leyo. Ngoba ithatha amalungelo wabazali ukuthi bazikhethele ukuthi bona bafuna ukuthi bafundise ingane zabo kanjani. Okunye futhi ngingahambelani nakho udaba lokuthi iHOD noma inhloko yomnyango ukuthi ke kube yiyo ezokhetha izinsiza zokufunda. Ngibona ukuthi lokho nakhona kuthathela abazali amalungelo wabo kanye nemisebenzi yabo fanele ukuthi bayenze. Okunye engahambelani nakho yilokhu kuhlolwa njengoba kuhlongoziwe ukuthi ke labo abafundela emakhaya kufanele ukuthi ke kube khona ukuhlolwa ukuya ngohlelo lwemfundo olubizwa ukuthi iCAPS. Mina ngibona ukuthi lokhu ke kuthatha amalungelo wabazali ukuthi bazithathele izinqumo ngekusasa lezingane zabo. Ngalokho ke angiphikisani noma ngiyaphikisana nalo mthetho wesivivinywa kanti futhi ngiyalithandazisa ke leli komiti ukuthi uNkulunkulu aliphe ubuhlakani bakwazi ukuthi ke babuyekeze ke konke okunganembile kulo mthetho wesivivinywa. Sibonge nokuthi ikomiti lizile la eMpumalanga lizosinika ithuba lokuthi senze izethulo. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga. Next.
No.
Order.
No, thank you very much, Chair of the session, and greetings to yourself, panel. I want to take this time, and of course it remains a very rare opportunity, and convey my most humble and conscious greetings to all of you. Before you is, of course, Njabulo Mngoma, who is the current regional secretary of SASA. Well, myself, Chair, I'll be very much short like a miniskirt, but long enough to cover the essential. Chair, I want to firstly state that we welcome with both hands the BELA bill, and this is mainly, and of course it is consciously informed by the fact that it continues to abolish corporal punishment, of which is a crisis in schools. And it continue to see that there is a need that this question of a corporal punishment, it is looked to in all aspects. Be it verbally or oral, corporal punishment must be rejected in schools. Secondary to that, Chair, we want to state that and contribute to the BELA bill and say that there is a need to look to the character of our education system. Our education system suffers from a narrative sickness. It continues to subject the teacher to be a narrator and subject the student to be a listener than to be transformed in a form that it is a form of an interaction where the student is able to make consideration and the teacher, they are able to interact, both of them. There is a need, Chair, and a very immense need that the education system is decolonized, because our education system continues to create a white man in a blackboard. Our education system, Chair, continues to teach our learners in grade 9 about Adolf Hitler than teaching them about Nelson Mandela who liberated them. Chair, we stand here today
to say there is a need also as well, Chair, that the BELA bill looks directly into the question of inequality. And when we speak of the question of inequality, there is a need that our government look at the question of private school and public school. People are coming here with confidence knowing that their children are attending private school where they are treated special, but they want to come here and speak about public school. The public school, Chair, the BELA bill must look at the infrastructure of our schools, in public schools, Chair. And secondary to that, there is a need that our government and the system look at the backgrounds that our students or learners come to, because it is very painful, Chair, to attend a class knowing that you have not eaten anything, but at the end of the day you are expected to yield the same results as a person who came with a full stomach. So, Chair, we wanted to submit that, and to make an emphasis again, we submit and we say that we support the BELA bill. It is proper, it is conscious, it is revolutionary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Order. Order. You know, I see all the people who are clapping hands. Suddenly they understand English. Translation. Order,
ngiyathokoza ukuthola leli ithuba elingakavami-ke ukuthi silithole. Ngiyathembisa ukuthi ngizoba mfitshane ngendlela engingakhona ngayo. Kokuthoma nje siyawamukela lo mthetho ngombana ke uyatshengisa ukuthi ulwisana nokujeziswa kwabantwana enkolweni. Kungaba ngendlela yokuthi kukhulunywe izinto ezingakalungi emntwaneni nofana ngenye indlela. Siqale nokuthi ke umthetho lo uchugulula iherho lokufunda esikolweni. Lapho indlela yakade utitshere bekajama phambi komntwana vela akhulume bese umntwana uyalalela kuphela. Sibona iherho lelakade lokufundisa lapha abantwana bafundiswa ngabo Adolf Hitler kunokuthi bafundiswe ngabo Mandela namhlanje. Begodwa siyathokoza ukuthi umthetho omlingwa lo utshengisa ukuthi uzokusebenza nokungalingani enkolweni, lapho inkolo zihlukaniswa ngokuthi ezinye ngezangeqadi ezinye ngezokarhulumende. Begodwa ke sibawa nokuthi ke lo mthetho uqala nomthangalasisekelo, kwakhiwe imthangalasisekelo inkolo ezibonakalako ezaneleko. Kuqalwe nemvelaphi yabafundi khulukhulu laba abanzima, kuqalwe ukuthi bavelaphi ngoba asifani. Abanye siya esikolweni uthola ukuthi nokudla akhange sidle, ngapha ngilindeleke ukuthi ngilalele utitshere nakafundisako. Manje ngilokho ke esikubekako siyawusekela umthetho omlingwa lo. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you. Next.
Is that good? Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, fellow South Africans. I'm not going to be as passionate as the speaker before me, but I hope the audience will understand my English just as well. It's unfortunate that South Africa's become, or that this afternoon has become an issue of race, because I really don't think that accepting or rejecting the bill has anything to do with race. I think I stand here before you as Melvin Jones. I'm the chairperson of one of the local Afrikaans schools, public schools, governing body. And unfortunately, while there is much to commend about this bill, we reject the bill because it is deeply flawed. I think any attempt by government to further centralize decision-making is a bad idea. We have to just look around us. Any matter which is centralized to Pretoria or to Nelspruit decays. Our electricity is decaying. Our railways are decaying. Our roads are decaying. Our taxis work. Our shops work, because those are in the hands of our local community. So everybody here should be standing up for anything that takes power away from us and puts it in Pretoria or puts it in Nelspruit, because it's a bad idea. I'm a graduate. I hold an honors degree in chemical engineering. I hold a master's degree in chemical process control, and I hold a master's degree in business administration. But if I were to teach your child in Zulu, isiZulu asishayi khona, it would be a bad idea, right? And so I think nowhere in this bill does it talk to the language of the teacher. And the language of the teacher is very important in terms of the quality of the education. I would prefer to have my child taught in English, but my child is being taught in Afrikaans because of the quality of the teacher, not because of the language of the child. And I suggest that that is important to every single parent in this room. Okay, finally, hashtag I'm staying, hashtag angiyindawo.
Translation.
Ngithanda ukunibingelela nonke likhona. Kungenzeka mhlawumbe indlela engizokhuluma ngayo ngeke ibe nomdlandla njengesikhulume besikhulume lapha ngaphambili. Kodwa iyangimangaza indaba yokuthi indaba yobuzwe isingenaphi ngempela ekutheni umuntu uyawamukela umthetho sivivinywa noma uyawenqaba, ngoba angiboni ukuthi le ndaba ithinta ubuzwe ukuthi uyabenqaba yini. Mina igama lami ke nguMalvin Jones, ngusihlalo wesigungu esilawulayo ezikolweni zomphakathi. Into yokuqala engikhathazayo kakhulu ilokhu kuthathwa kwamandla ethu ahambe lamandla ayonikwa uhulumeni kube uye osinqumela izinto. Zithathwe izinto kufanele bese siyazinqumela thina ziyonqunywa ePitoli noma ziyonqunywa eNelspruit. Ziningi izinto enizibonile ezenzekile ezinqunywa uhulumeni phezulu. Ngokwesibonelo, unjani isimo sikagesi manje? Injani imigwaqo njengoba sikhuluma? Konke lokhu ngenxa ukuthi kunqunywa phezulu le uhulumeni, kodwa injani imboni yamatekisi? Iyaphumelela ngenxa ukuthi inqunywa abantu phansi. Ngakho ngihambisana nokuthi amandla onke athathwe ayonikezwa uhulumeni lephezulu. Ningibona nje mina ngifundile, ngisifundiswa ngineziqu zamakhemikhali, nginezamabhizinisi. Kodwa njengoba ngifunde kangaka nje angicabangi ukuthi izingane bezizokwazi ukuqonda ulimi kuba bekufundiswa ngesiZulu. Ngakho isiZulu asiyona indlela yokufundisa abantu. Into ebalulekile izinga uthisha afundisa ngalo ulimi. Ngakho bezingeke ngisiqonde. Ngakho mina ngingathanda ingane yami ifunde ulimi ngolimi uthisha akwazi ukudlulisela lona. Ngakho izinga uthisha afundisa ngalo ilona elinomthelela ekutheni ngiqonde. Sengiphetha ke ubese phetha ngo-hashtag ke othi angiyindawo, I'm not going anywhere. Kodwa akahambisani nomthetho sivivinyo.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good day. Good day, members of Portfolio Committee. My name is Marius Masinga, a ward councillor in Govan Bay. Okwami kuzaba kuncane kakhulu. I am in support of BELA bill. It's well crafted. Number two, Chairperson, you'll pardon me because if a person ati isiZulu ngathi siya disregard ulimi lethu leli esikhule ngalo, it's a provoking statement. You must withdraw that. I'm coming to a language barrier. I mean, I'm a victim of apartheid, and I don't want to find myself, my kids, facing the very same scenario. As much as the previous speakers have said or alluded that Africans ubuyifunda ngenkani, So kufanele ngabe in actual fact it's supposed to be abolished ey'kolweni. Sicela nje ukuthi leyo nihambe naye as a member of portfolio ukuthi we are not happy with it. Abantwana bethu bayafeyila ngale language because they don't understand it. The issue of liquor board, I think lena ifuna ukuthi vele sihambe naye as the concerned parents that liquor bottle stores that are close by the schools must also be visited. And if need be, ukuthi avalwe. Ayohamba mhlawumbe athola amanye ama centers of actually making those tradings of things of because it affects izilokwana iy'ngane zethu. I even fully support the issue of the SGB, that the powers actually must actually be retained okanye mhlambe a control ikole banikezwe lawo ma powers. The issue of corporal punishment is straightforward. I want to touch the issue of bullying abantwana besikole, more especially abantu ingane zethu. Sihlele la namhlanje la sifuna abantu bazo reject nje this actually BELA bill just because ingane zabo na ifika ngalo ma private school zibukisa ngale ingane zethu. Zibabize ngamagama. So asifuna ukuthi size sifike lapho. Ngoba lento level iyacasula. In closing, Chairperson, the issue of private schools nayo engicabanga ukuthi kufanele ibuke ngelinyiso.
Ngelishwa isikhathi sakho siphelile.
I think.
Translation.
Ngiyabonga ngaleli thuba mina igama lami umnumzana uMasinga ngiward councillor. Mina ngizoba mfuphi nje kulokhu. Ngithanda ukuthi ngiqale ngokusho nje ukuthi ngiyawusekela lo mthetho ngoba ngolomthetho sivivinywa ngoba ubhalwe kahle ingakho siusekela. Kanti kukhona omunye okhulumeke ngokuthi isiZulu ke sishaywa indiva ngendlela ke kukhulunywa ngakho ngibona ke ukucindezela ke ulwimi lwethu. Kanti ke kukhona futhi izinqinamba ngokolwimi njengoba ke omunye okhulumile eshilo futhi ke kugcizelelwe lendaba ukuthi ke iAfrikaans njengoba ke yona iphoqelelwa ukufundiswa esikolweni. Mina bengicabanga ukuthi ke kufanele ukuthi ke ingasafundiswa ezikolweni ngoba ingane zethu ke ziyahluleka ngendaba ukuthi abalizwisisi ke lo lwimi. Mina bengihlongoza ukuthi ke kusulo lingasafundiswa ezikolweni. Uma siza ke kulolu daba ke lotshwala lapho ke mina angihambelani ke naloyo mqondo wokuthi ke kube khona ukuthengiswa kotshwala ezikolweni. Futhi bengithi kufanele ukuthi lawo mathavene noma lezo zindawo lapho kuthengiswa utshwala khona ezimaduze nezikolo kufanelwe ukuthi zivalwe ngoba ziphazamisa izingane zethu. Okunye futhi kumaqondana ke nomkhandlu ophethe izikolo ama SGB ngiyavumelana nalomthetho osivivinyo ukuthi kufanele ukuthi banikezwe amagunya ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bahambise izinto ngendlela efanele lapho ezikolweni. Uma sesiza ke kulolu daba ke lokuqondiswa kwezigwegwe ngicabanga ukuthi ke kufanele ukuthi kubuyekezwe ngoba kukhona ke ukuhlukumezwa nokunulubezwa nokuthi ke babizwe ngamagama ingane zethu kanti ke leyo into engamukeleki. Bengicela nje ukuthi ke sikubuyekeze lokho. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Is that fine? Yes. Okay, good day, honourable members of this public hearing, and also to all the parties represented here, the ANC, the DA, the ACDP. It is such a privilege to be a part of such a diverse country and very much of a privilege to be here. Thank you for making this opportunity available for us to express our views on the BELA bill. I hereby do not support the BELA bill. I believe that specific changes in the BELA bill will bring great risk for children in public schools, private schools. The fact that I do not support the BELA bill has nothing to do with race or culture, and I'm quite sad to see that so much of what has been said today, race and culture has been brought into it, whereas we are here to determine what is in the best interests of the children of our country. The children are our future. As we are such a diverse people in South Africa, I would like to propose that education be viewed in such a way that would cater for this diversity. Public schools, private schools, cottage schools, and homeschooling all form part of an integral and necessary part of our educational system. Each one addresses the needs of individual families, which make up our communities and our societies. If we are to govern each of these forms of education under one set of laws, we will be undermining the very reason for each of these existence. Therefore, I also refer to Section 37, and I urge that there be more investigation into homeschools and cottage schools, that they may be governed under their own set of guidelines, which are more suited to the nature and of their function and their purpose. I have homeschooled for over 17 years, not to keep my children away from other children of different races and cultures, quite the opposite. We have always had very close friends of all colors and cultures and are very involved in our community and support and pray for all government officers. I homeschool to exercise my basic human right to decide how my children are educated. I am the God-ordained custodian of my children, not the state. I will answer to God one day regarding my children, not the state. I know my children better than the state, and I have the right to decide for my family what is best. I do not put demands on the state, but seek to remove excess demands on the already overloaded education department, and therefore request that homeschooling families be supported by the state in allowing us to manage our children's education in the way we see fit. I also want to stand here as a home educator to say that it matters to us about public schools. It matters to us that children go to school without being fed. And we want to be a part of doing something about
Your
that.
time is up. Thank you very much,
And
ma'am.
thank you.
Translation.
Ngiyathokoza ngithoma ngokulotshisa zonke inhlangano zepolitiki ezikhona nofana ezijamelekileko namhlanje. Ngithanda ukuthokozela ithuba esilitholako namhlanje ngokuthi siphawule ngalomthethomlingwa. Ngithanda ukuthi ke angiwusekeli lo mthethomlingwa ngoba ngibona unobungozi enkolweni zomphakathi nofana kilezo zangeqadi. Begodu ukungasekeli kwami umthethomlingwa lo akutsho banyana kumayelana nobuhlanga nofana amasiko. Begodu ngibona ukuthi ke umthetho lo kumele uqalelele khulu amalungelo wabantwana nokuhluka esinako khulukhulu enkolweni zangeqadi nalezo zomphakathi nakilezo zekhaya. Ngibawa ukuthi ke lapha endinyaneni yaka 37 yechumi amathathu nekhomba kuphenyisiswe ngemhlahlandlela ekukhulunywa ngayo lapha. Begodu ke mina ngimuntu ofundise ekhaya ogada fundisela abantwana ekhaya ngoba ngikholelwa ekutheni abantwana baziwa ngimkhulu kunokuthi baziwe nguhulumende. Ngikholelwa ukuthi ifundo yabantwana kumele ibekelwe phambili begodu labo abakhetha ukufundela ekhaya basekelwe ngokunjalo. Ngiyathokoza.
To everyone. My name is Lindy Masina. I'm the member of the African National Congress. I am also a parent and a former educator. As I stand here, I want to start by supporting the bill. Before my 3 minutes lapse, I fully support the bill in its entirety. One of the reasons that I support the bill is that This bill seeks to address the challenges regarding the learners' access to quality basic education, as some schools deny learners admission. I must say this, members, Uguti, our children are being denied access to education, or to some schools, they might give us a language as a barrier, or give us some reasons that are not very much acceptable. You will find our teachers and principals in our township public schools being pressured by us as parents to take our children, and you will find them that they will be having children in each class, having more children than in a public school in the town or the former Model C schools. So that is why I'm supporting this bill, because our children will have access to all schools. This bill also will address the uncertainty that many parents might have regarding the homeschooling or home education through, clause 37. I can see and I can hear many, are not supporting of this clause, but we are supporting it. This bill also seeks to ensure the management of undocumented learners, to ensure such learners are assisted as per clause 4. This requirement is critical also to protect the learners, because all learners must have access to education. In short, Chairperson and all people in the House, I am supporting the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Translation.
Ngithanda ukubingelela wonke umuntu okhona lapha, ngibingelele neParliament elikhona. Igama lami nginguLindi Masina, ngiyilungu leANC, ngiphinde ngibe ngumzali, kanti futhi ngaphambili benginguthisha ongifundisa. Okokuqala ngifuna ukusho nje ukuthi ngiyawusekela lo mthethosivivinyo ngakho konke, ngenxa yokuthi uzothuthukisa izinga lokufunda ezinganeni zethu. Ngoba sifuna nazi ukuthi izingane zethu kwezinye izikhathi ziyenqatshelwa ukuba zingene ezikoleni zifunde, bese zilahlekelwa izinga elifanele lemfundo. Ezinye zezinto abazisebenzisayo kuba izithiyo njengolimi, kuthi ulimi yilo olwenza ukuthi izingane zingafundi, kanti inhloso ukuncisha izingane ithuba lemfundo esezingeni phezulu. Ezikolweni nje zasendaweni esihlala kuzona uthola ukuthi uthisha nhloko noma othisha bayacindezelwa ukuthi bamukele izingane eziningi, bese ziba ziningi ngokweqile, bese kwenzeka ke manje ukuthi izingane zingasalithola izinga lemfundo elifanele, izinga elitholwa izingane ezisesikoleni ezifanayo kodwa ezisezindaweni ezithe ukuba phakama njengasemadolobheni amakhulu. Leli zinga bese lingafani. Ngakho lo mthethosivivinyo uzokwenza ukuthi kube nokufana, umuntu akwazi ukuthola imfundo lapha ayifuna khona. Kanti okwesibili kulesi sigatshana 37 ngiyezwa abaningi bayakhala ngaso sokufundisela emakhaya, kodwa manje lesi sigatshana sizosiza siqede ukungaqiniseki ukuthi izinto zizokwenziwa kanjani kulabo abanquma ukufundisela emakhaya. Kuphinde kusize futhi nakulezo zingane othola ukuthi azinako amaphepha azo, ziyasizwa zikwazi ukuthi ngokwesigatshana 4 nazo zikwazi ukuthola izinga lemfundo. Ngakho kukonke nje lo mthethosivivinyo siyawamukela ngoba sikholwa ukuthi uzosiza ithuthukise izinga lemfundo, ngakho siyawusekela.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, members of the committee, everybody that came. I want to thank and commend everyone for coming today and exercising their right in this democratic country. I herewith reject to the entire BELA bill. I specifically reject clause 37 concerning the lack of choice of program for home educators. Firstly, children being home educated should not be expected to follow CAP's content. In my schooling journey, I was exposed to many different programs and curriculums. I attended a pre and primary school that followed an American curriculum. I started home education in grade 4 and later joined a CAPS online high school. Although I excelled and passed grade 9, finishing first in my class, I was under immense pressure and experienced a lot of stress. It was clear that with this fixed curriculum did not suit my learning style. I realized that the academic exit examination that I was aiming for did not align with my interests and career options. I am grateful that I had the opportunity to change from an academic curriculum to vocational training middle of last year. I am back on track and excited about my learning path and future possibilities. I do not wish for any homeschooler not to have the opportunity to explore different programs and learning outcomes that best equip them for their future. Just like high school students may choose subjects, students being home educated must also be at liberty to choose their own learning content. The fact that each child is unique with regards to learning methods, work ethics, and aptitude makes the right to choose educational content vital. To change and adjust my curriculum certainly benefited my education and readiness for the future, and the option to do so should not be taken away from homeschoolers. Therefore, I request that this clause be revised to protect educators and students' right to use the learning material of their choice. I pray and believe that the members of the committee have heard my point and will act accordingly. I pray that the bill will benefit and protect every parent, educator, and student of South Africa. Are we not a free country with the rights to vote and to have our say? So let's not take away the rights that were given to us about education. Thank you.
Phinde ngiyanibingelela ngiphinde ngibonge kakhulu ngaleli thuba iParliament esinikeze lona lokuthi sikwazi ukuthi sisebenzise ilungelo lethu njengoba ke sikulelizwe lentando yeningi. Ngithanda nje ukuthi ngisho ukuthi mina ngiyaphikisana nesigaba u37 lapho kukhulunywa ke ngemfundo yasekhaya. Ukuthi mina njengoba mina ngumuntu ukuthi ngiye ngafunda ekhaya futhi angihambelani nomqondo wokuthi labo abafundiswa ekhaya ukuthi kufanele ukuthi balandele uhlu lwemfundo olubizwa ngokuthi i-caps. Mina ngafundiswa ekhaya ngaqala ngifunda ke ngohlu lezifundo zaseMelika ngaphasa ugrade 9. Kanti ngaphasa kahle ugrade 9 kodwa ke ngazithola ngingaphansi kwengcindezi kakhulu ngoba ngithola ukuthi ke uhlelo lwemfundo aluhambelani nezintshisekelo zami. Kulapho ke ngiye ngashintsha khona ngaqala ngafundiswa esikolweni ngafundiswa ekhaya kula ngifunda izifundo ezihambelana ke nemisebenzi enginentshiseko ukuthi nguyenze. Ingakho ke mina ngithanda ukuthi ngisho ukuthi ke lo mthetho wona awubhekeleli izidingo zabafundi ngoba ke abafundi bahlukile futhi banamakhono ahlukile. Ingakho ke abazali banalo ilungelo lokuthi babheke ukuthi yini kahle hle efanele noma uluphi uhlobo lwemfundo olufanele izingane zabo. Mina ngemuva kokuthi ke ngishintshe ke ngifundiswe esikolweni kuye ngiye ngahlomula kakhulu kulokho. Kanti ke ngiyathemba ukuthi ke nabo bonke abafundi kulelizwe lethu kufanele ukuthi babe nelungelo lokuthi bazikhethele ukuthi ke bona bafuna inhloboni yemfundo. Bengithanda nje ukuthi sibukisise kakhulu ukubhekelela ukusekela abafundi abazali nalabo abafundela emakhaya ngoba sikulelizwe elikhululekile sinawo wonke amalungelo. Ngiyathemba ke ukuthi sizokwazi ukuthi sibuyekeze lokho sikwazi ukuthi ke sibheke ukuthi sibe nemigomo enempilo. Ngiyabonga.
Nothing. Okay, sanibonani mina igama lami nguTumelo Khailisiwi. I'm representing Inyanda Community Empowerment Solution from Elokshen khona la eMbalendlela. Inkinga yami ukuthi committee nihleli lapho but there's only one thing in khohle ku state out. There's no safety kuyikolo lesethu lezi. Umntwana makalimala ubani uzomsiza lapha. Ayekho umuntu omsizayo. So sinida i-safety esikolweni. Sinida ukuthi ama teachers, they must be schooled nge-safety. They must have certificate in order ukuthi mamntwana makagula or umntwana alimali. So now we know ukuthi ukhona umuntu responsible because umntwana wami ngile esibani uwile laphaya waphuka inyawo. Then it took almost 5 hours ukuthi umeniere amthathe amhambise e-clinic or e-hospital. So i-point yami ikakhulu lapha ku-safety. So we need even the schools ukuthi abane nama fire extinguisher. Our schools doesn't have any fire extinguisher, nothing. Infrastructure iphelile. So bengifuna ukukhuluma futhi why nithatha i-education system yethu ithatha ama-matric ibathatha same time bese yabafaka yofundisa abantwana. Akusi crime leyo. Mina ngibona ngathi crime because lo muntu lo akafundiswanga kokuqala ukuthi umntwana ufanele umtreat kanjani, umntwana ufundisa kanjani. So meaning you've made a crime phambi kwethu. But anyway noma kunjalo I do support yona le bill. Okunye is the spital report, the framework. Ikona the spital framework. In South Africa it's a non-social state whereby education ikona something for a spital for the report in order for us sizosebenza i-procurement for rehabilitation for infrastructure. So we are not there asikho at all. So besicelani kakhulu ukuthi nilungiseni kakhulu leyo. Ama facilities wethu are wrecked up. It's been since Sasol built that school. Nobody has ever come to SASA lethu. Sinjalo, it's rotten. Umntwana uyafunda la while the rust is falling phezu kwencwadi zakhe. I mean, sinida infrastructure. Siyanicela infrastructure enhle. Thank you.
My name is Tumelo Khailisiwe. Just a few things that I would like to mention. The first one is the issue of safety in our school. It is obvious to everyone that there is no safety in our school. Even the teachers were not taught how to treat someone if he gets sick or get injured, so they don't know. For instance, I have a child who spent 5 hours after being injured, and the teacher didn't know how to help that child, and for 5 hours, they only took her to hospital after 5 hours. So it's obvious that the teachers are not well versed, not well trained as to how to help someone if he gets sick. And another thing, we need fire extinguisher in our schools, and that one also it's part of the safety in our schools. And another thing that I've observed, and that is a crime, is for a student to complete matric this year and the following year he's become a teacher and teach students. So I think that's also is crime, and you should do something about those students who complete matric and then become teachers the following year. And he also mentioned the spital framework and the procurement, and he mentioned that also on that one, you, as the committee, you need to do something. There is a school here, he called it SASA lethu, kulesi skole zonke izinto zonakele, zidinga ukulungiswa, so we also need the infrastructure. That's the important thing. But despite having said that, we support the bill.
Sihlalo ungaphambili ngiyabonga igama ngubhethuweli isibongo kwaZunguza ngaphambi ukuthi ngikhulume sihlalo bengicela ukuthi kunesikhulumi esike sakhuluma la sathi isiZulu asishayi khona ngicela ukuthi lesikhulumi lesi sihocise lawo magama uchaza ukuthini uMelvin Jones ubani uMelvin Jones usidelelile sihlalo uMelvin Jones usidelelile singabantu abamnyama uthi isiZulu asishayi khona. What is the meaning of that? Awukwazi ukumvumela ngoba nathi sizokhuluma amagama siwabhekise kwabamhlophe and uzosikhuza angabhekisi kithi abantu abamnyama athi isiZulu asishayi khona. Sicela ukuthi lokho akuhocise ngokusheshsha.
Ngicela uyenze i-comment zakho 33 minutes yakho iyashaya.
Alright, siyabonga ke sihlalo. Sihlalo ngiyabonga. Njobe ngishilo igama nguBethuel Isibongo ngakazunguza siyayisupporta yonke le bill. Ngiyathuka kakhulu sihlalo. Ngiyacala ukubona ibala limhlophe ligcwele lehholo kangaka embalenhle ngokuzala ngizalelwe la. Kuyasho ukuthi le bala leli limhlophe alifuni ukusebenzisana nathi singabantu abamnyama. NgoJanuwari makuvulwa ikolo sihlalo uke ubone ukuthi bangakanani abantu bakithi abarejectayo kule ikolo ezisedolobheni ngokuba abanalo ilimi lesibhunu. Ngaloko le bill sizoyiphasisa sihlalo akwazi ukuthi iSGB sinika amandla noma uyibuka leyo SGB angeke isilekelele sibantu abamnyama because leyo SGB igcwele ibala limhlophe. Abantu abamnyama bayahlupheka ezikolweni uyaba forced to government ukuthi bagcwalise ama-class wethu overcrowded while there's a space in town where abantu bangakhona ukuthi baba accommodate bahambe boyofunda. Abantu bakithi abakhona uku-accept high school because ispace isikhona lapha yasihleli because ngesilimi sesibhunu abantu bakithi abakhona uku-accept but lento yaMalvin Jones hlala ayisiphethanga kahle sizawuresponda ngenye indlela ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Greetings to the committee. My name is Betuel Zungisa. Honorable Chairperson, I have a problem with the speaker who said that, who made comments about isiZulu. I think that he was being disrespectful, and I like to propose that he retract those statements, because we can also be rude and respond for ourselves. And I would like to say we support this bill, and I also noted that today in this meeting we have a lot of white people. Normally they do not attend such public hearings. And I also note that white people do not want to cooperate with us as the black communities. Like in January, when the schools reopens, you find that many learners want to go and apply for admission at white schools. They are denied access due to the language barrier. That is the reason why we support this bill. And we do not support the fact that the SGPs must be granted the powers to decide on admission policy, because most of these SGPs are populated by white people. That is why they are not cooperating, and they do not, or they do not want to give access to black children on the basis of this language policy. Honorable Chairperson, in most cases you'll find that our schools in black areas, in townships, are overcrowded, and in white schools you find that there is a lot of space, but because of this language barrier, our children cannot access those public facilities. It is therefore on this reason that we support this bill. I thank you.
Thanks, Sihlalo. First, let us maybe, with conditions, of course, apologize maybe in the manner that we used in terms of requesting the interpretation, but we felt that the House was one-sided, Chair, so just to pass that. Then, Chair, my name is Nhlagane Ponkosi from the ANC Youth League. First, Chair, we want to say without any conditions that we accept and support the bill as presented, mainly understanding as a nation that from the previously disadvantaged background, it will help us to cap many gaps that have been created throughout the years. So we appreciate even the efforts of coming to the public and engaging in terms of lama bills. Kodwa sihlala siqale kule clause number 4 la siyamkela khona kakhulu, because we've seen abantwana basemakhaya kakhulu abanenkinga mabakhula bangabi ne documentation, then but deprive the opportunity ukuthi ba access imfundo. Then also kakhulukazi lengithintayo sihlalo lapha ku clause 14 sijabula kakhulu kule clause la ithi khona it seeks to amend to ensure that members of the governing body will be able to disclose their financial interest and the interest of their families and spouse, because you would understand Slalo in these schools that we deem private, asazi private kanjani because sayibona masidlula kuzo is assista kakhulu, because now you would find that in these schools people are using, or these SGPs are using different accounts. They will come to yourselves as a department and declare an account lebafuna ukuthi nibone kuyo. But you must understand ukuthi these schools are heavily funded. That's why you'll see people today, they are highly mobilized to come and attend this hearing, because bafuna continue to privatize these schools so that abantwana abasuka emalokishini, they don't access these resources lezi ezikhona la pedrobheni. So this bill will assist us in terms of bantwana basemakhaya ukuthi bakhona uku-accessa lama resources, because ekugcineni it's us esisebenza kulama company ownwa yilabantu abaphethe the means of productions that are funding these private schools la pedrobheni. And also the other speaker spoke about ukuthi yena akayindawo. We want to mention ukuthi thina siyaya edrobheni and sesosifunda nezizulu khona le edrobheni bathanda abangathandi, because my last submission chair it's clause 41 in terms of the amendment. La si empower kakhulu khona uminister ukuthi out of all these submissions la weswenzayo or the regulations, it must ukuthi minister must oversee the entire running of the schools and the department itself in terms of even overseeing lama SGPs also in line with the HOD, because asikwazi ukuthi
isikhathi sakho siphelile. Ngiyabulela. Translation.
Siyathokoza sihlalo ngaphambili. Kokuthoma sithanda ukuqolisa ngendlela esikhulume ngayo ngaphambilini lesikhathi sibawa ukuthi kube nokutologa okuba khona ngoba besibona kungakanzinzi ngendlela ebekwenziwa ngakhona. Kokuthoma ke siyawusekela lo mthetho omlingwa ngoba siyabona ukuthi uzokuvala inkhala ezikhona hlangana nenkolo zangeqadi.
The latter speaker uthethe ngesizulu.
So beka code switcher now.
Oh, now uzaw switcher.
Okay. Firstly, we would like to apologize for the way we requested translation, because we saw that it was not done in a balanced way. And then secondly, we support the bill in its entirety because we see that it will close the gaps between the private school and the publics. Now, we also support clause 14 that the SGP members must now disclose their financial statuses, because that will also eliminate, I think, corruption in schools. And then because there are schools that are heavily funded and other schools have got 2 accounts. So this bill then will deal with that. And then again, we also support clause 41, where the minister will have powers to oversee the SGPs and HODs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ngiyathokoza mphathi wohlelo, nginilotshise nonke lapho malungu eParliament, nginilotshise nabo comrade bami abalapha ngaphambili. Ibizo lami okokuthoma ngingubutho uDatlas wakaMahlangu, ngingu-deputy chairperson we-SGP lapha eKiriatswana, futhi ngingunobhala, ngingu-secretary weSanco eGoverningburg municipality. Okokuthoma ngaphambi kokumotha isikhathi ngizozama ukwamfitshane ikhulu ukuthi ayisupporta ibill le ngendlela ingakhona sisakota ngamalinikelelo. Ordinarily bengiza supporta ukuthi ama-SGB awanikeza ama-powers, but unfortunately some of ama-SGB abuse ama-powers lawa ne-authority. Bathatha amandla lawo bavimbele abanye abantwana bamhlobo ethize, abantu abanzima ukuthi bangangeni ezikolweni ngoba banikezwe ama-powers nyana athize ama-SGB. So ama-powers is good ukuthi at the end of the day ama-powers abele ku-HOD ukube nguye ozodecide ukuthi kufanele kwenziweni umntwana uyangena okangeni. Into ebuhlungu chairperson engiyibonako eyenzakalako futhi ukuthi most of ikolo tot nenkolo sedrobheni imajority yabantwana balapho bantwana abanzima mara bayakatelelwa ukuthi fanele bazi i-Afrikaans before bazo-admitwa, bayakatelelwa ukuthi bafundise i-Afrikaans bangayifuni. Umntwana I'm speaking now from a personal experience. There's a very good school around my neighborhood, just around the corner. Kunesikolo umntwana nami belafunda lapho. Ngikatelekile ukuthi umntwana ngimkhiphe lapho because bamkhompela ukuthi kufuneka akhulume i-Afrikaans, afunde i-Afrikaans. Uyangibuza umntwana nami baba, i-Afrikaans iyongisiza ngani in future? Ikhulunywa kuphi kuhle ngithi mntanami ngibuye eNetherlands bengiyeflisinghene eNetherlands neNetherlands i-Afrikaans ayikhulunywa angaka ukuthi uyikhuluma kumntwana nami. Ngikateleke ngagcina ngimkhiphile kuleso sikolo ngamusa esikolweni esinye esilokishini ngoba lapha around the corner funeka akhulume i-Afrikaans. Suka ngo-1976 silwa kufa abantwana babantu sithi ayiphele ilwe le. It is only in South Africa law uzathola ukuthi ama-indigenous people basendaweni bakatelelwa ukuthi abafunde ilimi lama-foreigner, angeke ukuthi i-foreigner kube i-Afrikaans ngoba ne-Netherlands ayikhulunywa. So bakatelelwa ukuthi bakhulume isositali enye before bazomukelwa ezikolweni abantwana bethu. So we are saying away nento discriminatory evimbela abantwana bethu ukuthi bangangene ezikolweni. Okunye ngizazama ukuba mfitshane njengoba ngitsho, we need izikolo eziningi. Ngicela laba ababuye ku-provincial government basikhulumele lapha batshele ukuthi abaphethe education kuyihlazo ukuthi imali ethize ibuyele ku-treasurer ngoba bahlule ukusebenza.
Your time is up. Thank you. Translation.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Buti Matlangu, one of the local citizens here. I'm the deputy chairperson of SATU. We support the bill, and I would also like to support the idea that the SGP be given powers. I'm also supporting the clause that the powers of the SGPs maybe are lowered because at times they prevent other kids to get into certain schools. And then I'm supporting the idea that the powers should be given to the HOD. And then I'm worried about the situation whereby most of the kids or students are forced to learn in Afrikaans. If I can make an example, my kid was attending in one of the local schools where he was forced or she was forced to learn in Afrikaans. So until I took a decision to take him or her out of that school, it is only in South Africa where students or kids are forced to learn Afrikaans. Even in Netherlands, Afrikaans is no longer taught. So I'm also worried about the SGPs or schools or departments that are returning money through treasury instead of spending it to the benefits of our kids. Thank you.
Greetings to the chair of the session, members of parliament, the entire house at large, you are greeted. My name is Bongile Skosana. I am a member of the Student Representative Council at the Khatsibande TVET College under the portfolio Director of Academics and Transformation. Having read the bill and understanding it, I fully support it in the hostelic situations that many learners find themselves in the locations. And with that, the bill states completely that education continues to be compulsory to all. I fully support the bill. Thank you.
Ngithanda nje ukubingelela bonke abantu abakhona amalungu eParliament nawo wonke umuntu okhona lapha endlini. Igama lami ke uSibongile Sikhosana ongummeleli wenhlangano ethile ekhona esebenzela abafundi khona endaweni. Engifuna ukusho nje okokuqala ukuthi ngiyayisekela ngokugcwele umthetho osivivinyo ngoba ngiyucabanga ukuthi uzosiza kakhulu ekuthuthukiseni izinga lemfundo okwenza ukuthi ngikungabikho kungivimbayo ukuthi ngiusekele. Ngiyabonga.
Sanibonani baholi bathozi phambili ngeyihlalo igama ngiuJohannes Mfungelwa kaHadebe ngiyawusupporta kakhulu umthetho mlingwa lona isizathu senza ukuthi ngusupporte this year ngeke ngabona isono esikolweni sabamhlophe kucoshwe ingane ngenxa yenwele engagundile njengami so ukuthiwa leyo ngane leyo ayihambi yogunda sayimela sayilwela ingane singabantu bamasiko thina ingane ezifanele zingaxoshwa ngoba khona abantu abakhonza enkolweni ezifana ngoboshembe kanjalo. Okwesibili futhi njoba ngisupporta ngithi uminister akathatha indawo lapha athathe lamandla ku-SGB ngoba yiyo lamandla enza ukuthi ulimi lethu thina abantu abansundu li-undermineke. I-heritage yethu asikwazi ukuyicelebrate ngoba sifunda ngelimi labanye abantu ingane zethu kwamanje ziyafeyila ziyaxoshwa ey'kolweni ngoba sifunda ngelimi engasilalo ilimi engelakho understanda ngqono ukudlula lelimi engasilakho lelimi leli elivela ngaphandle leli ama-foreign asilithandisisi kahle. And okunye ngicela kube nama-stakeholders ku-education kunehlelo lakhe lalonke kuthiwe adopt a cop ey'kolweni kube namaphoyisa azomonitha iy'kolo for the sake kube ne-peace ey'kolweni ngoba iy'kolo especially zona ezabamhlophe nezabantu abamnyama sekunezimpi ezivukayo kunama-gangster. Okunye ngiyacela lapho eParliament ukuthi njengoba sisupporta so sicela niphinde mhlambe kube nendlela enibuya ngayo ngoba nalast niyafika ningasabuyi nizosho ukuthi kuhambeke kanjani. Okunye sicela kakhulu eParliament sicela ukuthi la ey'kolweni khe kufake amakhono. Mina njengami ngafunda ngesicoco kodwa azange ngisebenze ngesicoco njengasisikolo bathi ikusasa lethu sine-truck beyiproducer abo-mechanic ku-mechanic i-truck uyazi umuntu nakaphuma lapha esikolweni uyosebenza ngo-mechanic. Besicela kuzo zonke iy'kolo nifake imikhakha ehlukile i-agriculture i-art nifake physically not i-theory le yenziwe ey'kolweni. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Johannes Mfungelwa Khatebe. I support the bill, and the reason I'm supporting this bill is because of the recent experience we had when a black child was expelled from school because she did not cut her hair, and this I think is disregarding our culture. That is why I think that the minister must remove the authority from the SGPs, and also we must relook into the issue of languages as a medium of learning and teaching, and we believe that teaching in home language will make people to understand the curriculum better instead of being taught in a foreign language which we do not like. And another aspect is regarding safety in schools. I propose that the police must be deployed in facilities so that they can monitor the safety, because we have seen that there are gangsters in our schools. That is why I really make this proposal for the safety of our children. And another thing is that, honorable members of the committee, as we support this bill, we are pleading with you to come back and give us feedback, because most of the time you come here, we make submissions, but you never come back to us to give us feedback about the submissions we made. And lastly, I would like to make a humble plea or a proposal that skills education be introduced in our curriculum. Because for instance, I learned about frog, but I don't know how I benefit from that. So I am asking this committee to consider reintroducing skills training in our schools, like technical skills like mechanic, because you know when you are taught mechanic, when you finish school, you know you can go and work as a mechanic. And we must also consider introducing other special sectors like agriculture and sports, arts and culture as a subject in schools, and not only in theory, but it must be practical. Thank you very much.
Can I start? Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members of Parliament, as well as the committee this afternoon. My name is JJ Scholes. In the 1990s, I was chairperson of the National Children's Rights Committee for Children in Mpumalanga. I had the privilege to be on the board of the president, Mr. Nelson Mandela, that helped us at that time facilitate the drafting of the Children's Charter, and that is one of the reasons why I'm here. So many Yasabenza Madalaskat. I've been around a long time. I'm also the provincial leader of the ACDP in Mpumalanga, and I'm one of the councillors also in the Mpumalanga province. I would like to say on behalf of the ACDP that we reject the BELA bill, and particularly in clause 41 that amends section 1 of South Africa of the Schools Act in its totality. We reject the whole bill. This bill allows the minister to make regulations concerning learner pregnancy, and we are standing up for the rights of the parents here. Normally, the minister will make those regulations in terms of a policy, and the DBE's policy on the prevention and management of learner pregnancy states that its purpose is to provide sexual reproductive health services to learners as young as 12 of age. And it states that it can be done secretly, and it can be done without the parents or guardians knowing, and this can be done without the consent of parents and even against the wishes of parents, and we say no to this. The DBE may claim that this is not how they will use these regulations and that it is not a school abortions bill. I then have 3 questions for the spokespeople of the DBE. Question 1, does the policy on prevention and management of learner pregnancy in schools not state on page 18 that these objectives are to provide SRH services, including access to effective contraceptive technologies in association with the social sector partners, and to enable to make informed choices, avoid unintended pregnancies, or as necessary to obtain abortions? I want to stress this does not say information, which would be bad enough, but it says services the DBE will provide to the children. Question 2, does the Children's Act not allow children as young as 12 to obtain what is called medical treatment without parental consent? This is a problem for us. And abortion is not considered medical treatment by this government. Question 3, in your regulations on learner pregnancy are not going to be based on your policy on learner pregnancy. What are they going to be based on? Therefore, we call this and will continue to call this a school abortions bill until you publish the draft regulations, say who is writing these regulations, and include people from all groups of faith in the task team in writing these regulations. We put the bill in the clauses
Your
relating
time
to
is
learner
up
pregnancy.
there. Thank you, thank you. Translation.
Kakhulu ngaleli thuba mina igama lami ngu JJ Scholes. Mina ngeminyaka yo 90s bengu usihlalo wenhlangano ebhekelele amalungelo wabantu kazwelonke la eMpumalanga. Ngangisebenza no Nelson Mandela kanye nenhlangano yakho ukubhekelela amalungelo wezingane. Kanti futhi mina ngiphinde ngibe umholi wesifundazwe we ACDP. Tina siyawuphikisa lo mthetho sivivinywa ikakhulukazi ke uma siza kulezo zigaba lapho kukhulunywa khona ngokukhulelwa kwabafundi ngoba lo mthetho sivivinywa kubonakala nje ukuthi ke uphuca abazali amalungelo wabo wokukhulisa izingane zabo ngoba lo mthetho sivivinywa ukhuluma ngokuthi ke noma ke wona uhlose ukunqanda ukukhulelwa kwezingane kukhulunywa ke ngezingane ke ezincane eziseminyakeni e12 ukuthi kufanele ukuthi ke bathole ukwelashwa lapho ezikolweni ngaphandle kwemvume yabazali. Thina ACDP siyakuphikisa lokhu ngoba ke ukuphuca abazali amalungelo wabo wobuzali. Kanti ke iDBE yona noma ibiza ke lokhu ke ngendlela ehlukile kodwa ke kuyafana ngoba injongo ukuthi ke bona ke bavumele lokhu ke ukukhishwa kwezisu ke ilabo abasesebancane noma ke bathi ukuvimbela isibeletho lezi zingane ezisesezincane nokuthi zona zihlolwe yilabo abasebenza ngokwezolashwa bangakatholi imvume yabazali. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke kufanele ukuthi le nqubo noma lo mthetho omgomo ubukisiswe kahle ngoba lo mthetho omgomo obhekelele ukukhulelwa kwezingane thina ke siba be-ACDP siubiza ukuthi i-Schools Abortion Act. Kanti ke bengicela nje ukuthi ke sibuyekeze yonke lemithetho ekhona nokuthi sibandakanye zonke izinhlaka ezikhona emphakathini nalabo bezenkolo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi ke siphonse esivivaneni ekubhalweni kwale mithetho. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a last round because we are left with less than an hour to conclude this gathering. So I'm going to note hands across the house. And secondly, those that are able to fill the forms and contribute to the bill, may you please do so, because not all of us are going to be able to speak. So I'm going to note 15 hands across the house. We speak within the 3 minutes, but there's no need to speak for 3 minutes. You can speak and make your contribution within 3 minutes or less. I see the hand here, 1, 2, yes, you, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, yes, 14. The red cap, 16 or 15. You can start, Sissy. You can start.
Yeah. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Lebohang
Wait,
Ngobo.
Maqala Sis Lebogang. I think there are people who noted themselves there. I said 15 people. 16, yeah. The last one supposed to be the one with the, with the jacket. The red cap, yes, I noted you. The blue one, can you please sit down? I did not note you. The one with the blue cap, sit down. I noted you, yes. And the one with the white, yes. And the last one supposed to be the one with the maroon cap. Yes, you'll be the last one. After you, no one must enter there. Be the last one. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lebohang Ngobo. I reject the bill, specifically clause 37. I am a homeschooling mom of 3 for 12 years now. One of my children has completed matric last year through home education. I am a Christian and I am raising my children in the ways of the Lord. I also have a mandate to pray for the government, which I do without fail. Psalms 127 verse 1 and 3 says, unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. Behold, children are a heritage from the Lord. And Psalms 139:14 says, I will praise you because I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. Proverbs 22:6 says, train up a child in a way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. The word of the Lord is my standard and the first curriculum for my children. My husband and I are on a mission to teach, train and touch our children and teach them to love the Lord with all their hearts, mind and soul, to train their hands to work so that they will glorify the Lord, to be self-employed, job creators and the lifetime learners. The application to home educate will infringe in our rights to choose what is best for our children. The HOD doesn't know my family education process, so they won't be able to make an informed decision. My children, my homeschooling practices do not conform to the standard and status quo of the education system as required by the state. It is in this clause, it is meant to monitor, to punish and not to empower us. I also do not support home visits as it will invade my space. However, if the officials come, they won't find a classroom in my house because I do not run a school. I am raising my children and our learning is not limited to textbook, classroom. The world is our school. An external assessment won't work with us as the SASE assessors are only trained to assess CAPS material and not other approaches. Lastly, traditional school-going children are not subjected to external assessment only in matric, and therefore I will not let my children be assessed externally to appease the states. I therefore ask you and request that you go back to do your consultation and rewrite the clause 37. I thank you.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo ibizo lami ngingulebogang Ngobo. Kokuthoma nje ngithanda ukuthi ngiyawuraga lo mthethomlingwa. Mina nginguma ofundisela ekhaya. Ngifundisa abantwana bami ngokwendlela yakazimu nofana yokulandela ikambiso yakazimu. Uyazuphula ke uma encwadini yamahubo nezaga. Uthi ke abantwana kumele bafundiswe ngendlela uzimu achonga khona nokuthi ufundisa abantwana bakhe ukuthi bafunde ukuzenzela izinto ngezandla zabo. Bekodwa ubafundisa ngozimu esikhathini esiningi. Uthi ke uhloko womnyango nofana uHOD akasazi uhloko womnyango namazinga abekwako lawo ukuthi kumele sifundise njani abantu bethu angeze asisiza thina. Ukuhlolwa lokho kwenziwako kwangeqadi okwaziwa ngama external assessment akasebenzi. Abantwana abakhamba inkolo ezijayelekileko abakhona ukusebenza kuhle njengalaba bethu. Thina ke sithi sisebenzisa indlela kazimu. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you. Ngicela ukuqala ngokubingelela kubo bonke abangaphambili ehlalweni ezingaphambili siphinde sibonge ukuthi baze basilethele iParliament osukwini lanamuhla endaweni yangakithi eMpumalanga eGertsibande. Igama uStanley ngoka Trust ovela eMsukalekwa engizocela nje ekakhulukazi ngaphambi angiqale nje ngokuvumelana nomthetho seko osobekiwe bese senyacela ukuthi bengicela iParliament ukuthi lingathathi uhlangothi ngizwe ikhulumi eziningi ziqela into eyodwa ukuba kuhoxe oyedwa obela wafike wakhuluma ngegama lesizulu ukuthi into engeyona inhle angizange ngizwe noyedwa eParliament esho ukuthi akabuye ngaphambili ahoxe kuloko ngingazike noma bambone esephumile okwesibili ke bengicela ukuthi kuwo lo mthetho uma siu-eda siphinde sibuke la kuma ECD ukuthi kubekwa kuthini ngoba phela konke kucala la phansi size sofika phezulu ake sibuke kusuka enganeni nje iqala ukuthi kwenziwani ngalaba abaseyigolweni from ECD kucala la benama private school phinde kwema public school ake kubuke ukuthi kwenziwa ngayiphi indlela ukuthi labantu babe banye nalaba abafundayo ECD ukuze babe ngaphansi kwegovernment kwenziwe ngendlela eyodwa zonke izinto ziyaphambili ngicela ukungabi mningi ngindlule kulokho nyabonga.
Greetings to everyone, and firstly I would like to have our Parliament in front of us today and be among us. We appreciate the opportunity. My name is Stanley Trust. I'm from Sugwaligwa. I would like to say I support the bill, but now there is one request that I have for you as the committee not to take side, because I heard some of the speaker who came here, he asked that one of the speaker who mentioned that isiZulu, it's not a language that can teach people, he must come and withdraw that statement. So, but I haven't heard anything from you as the Parliament to take action or to do a follow-up on that request to withdraw that was said by that speaker. Maybe that speaker was already left, I don't know. But that was the first thing that I would like to say. The second thing is to ask the Parliament when it comes to amendment to ECDs, because everything starts from below. So when it comes to ECD, let's try to unite the students from the private and the public from ECD while they are still young. So that will also help. So those are 2 points that I would like to put forth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Joshua van Staden and I'm 15 years old. I reject the BELA bill, specifically clause 37. I know that homeschooling is God's will for us as a family, and I know that God led my parents in choosing homeschooling for me. I believe that God and my parents have my best interests at heart and that they make decisions that are best for my future. I was homeschooled since I was 5 years old and I wouldn't have had it any other way. I am very glad that God led my parents to homeschool us and to seek out the right methods of learning for me. I believe that if I was in a school, I wouldn't be the same person I am today. My parents, through homeschooling, taught me to love God first, taught me his godly principles, and to respect others and not be selfish. And one of my favorite parts is being able to make God part of my whole day, as well as my education, and then being able to research and study my interest. Proverbs 22 verse 6 says, "Train up a child in the way that he should go, teaching him to seek God's wisdom and and will for his abilities and talents. Even when he is old, he will not depart from it. God and my parents know what is best for me. I trust them completely with my education. Homeschooling has been the right decision for me, and I know that I have a great future ahead because of it. The bill is trying to remove my parents' rights in choosing what is in my best interest and placing that responsibility in the hand of the minister and head of department. There is no body in the world that wants me to succeed more than my parents. Therefore, I strongly object, and I believe the bill should be removed and more research should be done to see how we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to start by saying that I reject the BELA bill, especially section 37 regarding homeschooling, because homeschooling is the instruction from God and also the instruction from our parents, and they choose what they think is correct for us.
Meneer, hello sir. Why are you interpreting English with English?
My apologies, madam.
You wasted time. Can we have a next speaker, please? Please, no, it's fine. You can sit down.
Okay.
Please concentrate so that when you interpret correctly. Next speaker.
Sanibonani, ngithatha ngibingelele nonke, ngibingelele ihlalo zethu ngokuhlala lapha phambili. Omela ngaphambi kweni uvuswa kaMahlangu, uchairperson webranch Thami Mkhwanazi Bhetale eGoveni Mbeki. Ngiyayisupporta le bill kangangokuthi umthetho wethu lona ngithi bantu abamnyama. So abantu bazokhala ngokuthi bona ilanguage le efanele ukuthi bangabafundisa ngayo esikolweni iyabahlukumeza. Asiyeni sonke sofunda ngesingisi esikolweni. Uma ngabe kufuneka ukuthi sifunde ngesiZulu, asifunde njengesizulu. Private school ake nizameni ukuthi namhlanje ke nisilalele as an African National Congress as a leading party in South Africa. So siyacela ukuthi ke abaphathi lapho phambili konke lokho esikhulumayo esithi thina siya amend, please can you implement it so that bazokwazi ukubona ukuthi isikhathi sokudlala sesiphelile from 1986 to 2023. Siyabonga.
Okay, thank you very much to the panel. My name is Vusi Mahlangu. I will start by saying that I support the bill because this is the bill that favors us as black people. Let us all go to learn in English in our schools. Private schools must just listen to us. This is our time now. They must listen to us when we say this bill favors us, and they must make changes that we require them to make. So we request you as the committee to implement these amendments. Thank you very much.
Greetings to everyone. I am Noziponda Dane, an educator and a SATO representative. I support the BELA bill. I will take clause 9. It aims to protect both learners and employees of education sector. We as employees have been exposed to torture by our learners where there were no detailed definition of serious conduct by learners and steps to take if such happens. The BELA bill clearly explains the serious conduct by learners that was strongly only detailed to employees. It brings back respect by learners to education employees. We have been abused and worst killed by our learners. The BELA bill will address that. Bullying of learners to each other results into a lot of suicide by learners. We, however, reject clause 8 of liquor selling in our schools be it fundraising or what it may be called, it dent the appearance of school as place to learn and mold the future of learners to promote alcohol abuse. I submit.
Nonke igama lami nginguNozipho Notanga ongumfundisi futhi novela enhlanganweni yesathu ngithanda ukuthi siyawusekela umthetho sivivinyo sicabanga ukuthi isigatshana 9 salomthetho sivivinyo sizosivikela kakhulu ngoba sekuyisikhathi eside sihlukumezeka njengabafundisi ngakho sicabanga ukuthi izinto ezibalwe lapha zizosiza zisivikele abanye othisha baye bebulawa abafundi ngakho okuchazwe kulesi sigatshana kuzosiza kakhulu kanti okunye futhi ukuxhaphazana ukubonakala ezikolweni okwenzeka kuzo izingane zizodwa nakho futhi okuye kwaholela ekutheni kube khona izingane ezigcina ngokuzibulala nakho futhi sibona kuchazwe kahle kakhulu kulesi sigatshana sika 9 esigatshaneni sika 8 ke asivumelani nokudayiswa kotshwala ezikolweni ngoba sikholelwa ukuthi lezi zingane njengoba zikhula ziyabunjwa zibunjelwa ikusasa ngakho ukudayiswa kotshwala esikolweni kuphambana kakhulu nalokho esikufunela izingane zethu ilokho nje okubili bengithanda ukusho ngiyama lapha.
Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Jessie van Staden. I'm 17 years old and I reject the BELA bill, especially clause 37. I've been homeschooled since I've been 7 years old. I believe God has called my parents to homeschool me. I've experienced great love, joy and peace in my education this far. In Proverbs 22 verse 6, it says, "Dedicate your children to God and point them in the way that they should go, and the values they have learned from you will be with them for life." Through my parents' obedience to the scripture I just mentioned, I've learned to keep myself pure. I learned to communicate with and love people. I've learned to put others before myself. I've learned to care for the elderly and take care of people. I've learned to love and work with children. I've learned to be smart. Homeschooling for me is about the parents carrying the best interests of their children at heart and being able to focus their attention on the methods of learning that is best suited for them. I've greatly developed in character through my education as the family unit was involved in problem solving and practical ways of overcoming. I've learned to maintain a daily discipline in my school routine and practice extramurals. I really believe that homeschooling has given me opportunities that surely would have been missed should I have been in a traditional school. Homeschooling is a holistic approach where it is focused on educating every aspect of our lives to become well-rounded, contributing members of society. I am one of many living examples. I believe more research should be done concerning homeschooling for us to find ways to rather work together. Thank you for listening to me.
Ngiyabonga mina ngegama ngingu J van Staden mina ngithi ngiyawuphikisa lo mthetho weBELA ikakhulukazi isigaba 37 ngoba mina ngaqala ukufundiswa ekhaya ngineminyaka eyisithupha kanti ngiyakujabulela kakhulu futhi ke ngithola ukuthula njengoba ke ngifundela ekhaya ngoba ke ngiyafundiswa ngempilo phecelezi ngifundiswe futhi ke nokuxhumana nokukhulumisana nabantu ngifundiswe futhi nokuthanda abantu nokunakekela abantu abadala kule ngoba ke futhi abazali ibona ke abazi intshisekelo yezingane zabo futhi ke okunye ngikufundile ukuthi ke ngibonile ukuthi ke kube khona ukuthuthuka kimi njengoba ke ngithole imfundo yasekhaya ngifundiswe izinto eziningi ngempilo ukufana ukusombulula izinkinga kanti ke ukufunda ekhaya kungipha amathuba amaningi lawo engicabanga ukuthi ngabe ngisesikolweni ngabe angiwatholanga kungifundise izinto eziningi kakhulu ukufana nokuba qotho nokuthi ngikwazi ukuthi ke ngiphilisane nabanye abantu ngisebenzisane nabanye abantu ngendlela efanele mina ke ngicela nje ukuthi ke kube khona ucwaningo olunzulu kulolu hlelo lokufundiswa ekhaya ngoba ngiyacabanga ukuthi ke izingane eziningi zingahlomula kulokhu ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Good afternoon. My name is Debo Sikaledi. I'm a DA voter, I'm a DA councillor, and also the chairperson of the caucus in Governor Mbeki. I think many of our comments are showing that we are very much conflicted on the issue at hand. We think that this is a racial issue or it's a language issue. It's been 30 years since we've gotten into a new democracy. And we've had plenty and ample of time to be able to build schools in our areas, whether it may be in the township areas, the urban areas. But the fact of the matter is we have failed to build schools that are able to capacitate the people and the amount of students that are coming into the system currently right now. And that is a worrying factor because the fact of the matter is you cannot blame any other infrastructure and system that has been put in place that is working and now try and shift the buck on other people. Another issue that I'm worried about as well, of which we are rejecting this bill, is the decentralization or the centralization of power, going back to national. I mean, many speakers have already spoken that the fact of the matter is anything that you centralize in this day and age, it's just a matter of time before it crumbles and dies. And it is for our prerogative as community members to be able to charter a way forward for us in this environment, in these communities, to be able to say that we want our children to be able to live in an environment and to learn in an environment that we set up for ourselves, and not for people who are making up decisions in a higher place in a ministry. So we reject it based on those principles. Another principle that we reject this bill on is including the sexual abuse is not catered for adequately inside this bill, where children that have been sexually abused and are going for hearings are still not protected in a way that it should be, because they still have to meet up with the perpetrators when they do when they actually go to actually speak about such issues. So these are the fundamental issues that we have to address institutionally wise before we can actually stand up and say now we can accept such bills that come through, because it is a fundamental breakdown of our own leadership that is the cause of such populations within schools. And especially even in the Governor Mbeki municipal area as well, where 60 learners in one classroom. I mean, you can't blame any of the urban area schools for such things that are happening there. It is a fundamental issue of our leaders that have failed to provide adequate schools. And the fact of the matter is, we have the capabilities. We've got teachers that are actually graduating and are waiting to get inside and get employed and work, but they are denied the opportunity to do so.
Unfortunately, your time is up.
Thank you.
Ngiyathokoza ibizo lami ngikuthabo Sikedi, ngilikhansela le DA. Abantu bakhulumile ngaphambilini baveza amazizo wabo ngokungawuthabeli lo mthetho mlingwa. Engithanda ukuveza ukuthi awukho umthangala sisekelo, azikho inkolo ezaneleko ezokwazi ukuthi zanele bonke abafundi bethu. Inkolo ezikhona ziyawa ziyagirika, azikaphephi ukuthi abantwana bangafunda ngaphakathi kwazo. Ngalokho ke siyawuraga lo mthetho mlingwa, bekodwa umthetho mlingwa lo akukho lapha uveza khona ukuvikela kwabantwana kezomseme. Awutsho litho ngalokho. abantwana bayahlukunyezwa esikoleni ngokwezomseme bese babuya bahlangana nalaba ababahlukumezileko. Manje lokhu sikubona njengokubhalelwa kobuholi. Sisase nenkolo lapha uthola ukuthi abantwana bamashumi asithandathu ngeklasini 60. Lokho angeze kwaragela phambili ngalendlela. Ngalokho ke siyawuraga lo mthetho mlingwa. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you. Members of Parliament, Madam Chair, my name is Peter Ferreira. I'm a former educator of 37 years, former principal of 16 years experience. Now I am representing the Federation for South African School Governing Bodies, FETSAS. FETSAS support the bill partially. We do not support the amendments on the language policy and the admission policy as subsection 5 and 6 described it. The requirements of the HOD approval of the language and the approval of the vision policy, in both instances, the delicate balance of power giving effect to corporate governance is disturbed in favor of granting power to the HOD and not to the parents. South Africa roughly has 24,000 schools, of which roughly 2,400 schools are using Afrikaans as a single medium, double medium or parallel medium, leaving us with 22,000 schools in English medium and African language medium. Many speakers today emphasize that Afrikaans is the problem, and that is truly not so, because our universities do not provide for African languages to be educated in, so that is problematic. Town schools are overcrowded, so are our township schools, and the real problem is the Department of Education do not build schools anymore. They have quick solutions by adding additional classrooms, but do not provide educators for those classrooms. Providing quarterly reports on all income and expenses, clause 34, is also a problem. FETSAS do not support the proposed amendment. The submission of quarterly reports, apart from the annual audited financial statement that the governing body would have to submit, will place a financial burden and an administrative burden on the governing body and the school's resources. However, we support clause 38, the criminalization, the act of providing false information to schools by parents will make parents aware of the importance of providing true and correct information to schools to ensure proper administration. There are deficiencies in the proposed amendments, and FETSAS proposed the following. A clear definition of meetings. The Schools Act does not define a meeting. Our proposal is to define a meeting, especially allowing it to be conducted online. The extension of Section 9 of the Schools Act, the expulsion of learners. After receiving the recommendation for expulsion from the SGB, the HOD has 14 days to decide whether to expel a learner. The learner will be required to return to school if the HOD does not decide within that prescribed time frame.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
sir.
ma'am.
Ngithanda ukubingelela iParliament, ngibingelele na wonke umuntu okhona lapha. Igama lami ngingu-Peter Ferrari. Ngibe uthisha iminyaka engu-37, kwathi engu-16 bengiwuthisha nhloko. Ngivele enhlanganweni okuthiwa iFETSAS. Uma kuziwa kumthetho sivivinyo, siusekela ngokwengxenye, siusekeli ngokuphelele, sisekela okuthile kuwona. Ngokwesibonelo zikhona izinto esingavumelani nazo njengenqubomgomo yolimi. Asivumelani nayo ngoba sicabanga ukuthi ezinye zezinto ezichazwe kuyo zisusa umsebenzi ziubeka uHOD ususwe kubazali okuyibona okufanele bangabe bayanquma. Njengamanje kunezikole eziningi ezisebenzisa ulimi lwesibhunu kanye nolimi lwesingisi. Engikuzwile ngesikhathi ngilapha ukuthi abantu abaningi abakhulumile lapha bathi isibhunu yisona esiyinkinga, kodwa empeleni akusona isibhunu esiyinkinga. Ukugcwala nokuminyana kwabantwana emaklasini akuhlangani nolimi lwesibhunu kodwa inkinga umnyango wezemfundo okuyiwona ongakhi amaklasi anele abafundi kunalokho bafaka amafundi bese bengalethi othisha abanele abazobafundisa bese ke kuba nokuminyana emaklasini okugcwala ayagcwala ke ngokweqile amaklasi. Kanti ke okunye futhi esingavumelani nakho kusesigatshaneni 34 lapho kuthiwa kufanele njalo kuthunyelwe umbiko wezimali wanyanga ntathu naloyo futhi asivumelani nakho kodwa sikhona isigatshana esisisekelayo isigaba ngu38 sivumelana nasimpela ngoba sizokunqanda ukuthi abantu bathumele ukwaziswa noma ulwazi olungelona iqiniso ngezingane zabo ngoba lesi sigatshana sithi uma kutholakala ukuthi unecala lokuthumela ulwazi olungelona iqiniso kuyofanele ujeziswe ngalokho ngakho siyavumelana nalokho kunalokho futhi siphethe nezihlongozo njengefedzas sihlongoza ukuthi uma kukhulunywa ngomhlangano awuchazwe ukuthi uyini umhlangano ngoba phela imhlangano ayifani njengamanje kulezikhathi zobuchwepheshe sekhona imhlangano eqhutshwa online ngakho makuchazwe kuleli gama eluthi umhlangano kusuke kushiwoni. Ngiyabonga.
Sanbonani, goeiemiddag. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamsin Pace, and I am a homeschooler first and foremost, but also an educator in the early childhood sector and the primary sector. It's been such a privilege and an honor to teach South African children and be taught myself in South Africa. We live in a wonderful country. And I would like to just begin by stating that I oppose the BELA bill in its entirety, but specifically Clause 8A and Clause 37, the liquor and the home education regulations. So I oppose these because I oppose the centralization of education first and foremost. I've had the opportunity to be educated at home and at public schools, private schools, and be an educator. I would have lost so much of that, and the children that I've worked with would have lost the privilege of being able to share what I have to give them if it hadn't been for the freedom that we have in this country to learn privately, publicly, and at home. I would like to implore you honorable members of cabinet, please do not remove those freedoms from us. I would not want to oppose any of the things that have been said, except that we should all be listened to and we should all be heard. And I implore you to do that, please. Then I believe it is critical to our democracy that we have the freedom to choose our own curriculums. I understand the importance and the necessity for things to be in order. As an educator, we completely understand that, and I know that the schools need to be regulated. But I would also implore that undue or unnecessary interference would please be not taken part in. I was born in 2001, so I'm only 22 years old, but I'm a part of the new South Africa, as I believe all of us are, whether we were born before or after Nelson Mandela in 1994. But I'd like to ask you that you don't see us by the color of our skin, not each one of us, but that you will see us as South Africans, that you will see us as children that need to be educated and families that are working for that education. My mom was here, she stood before you as well, and friends and family are here too. Thank you that you will hear what we have to say.
Ngiyabonga ngaleli thuba ngiyanibingelela nonke mina igama lami uThamson Paris mina ngomunye ke wabafundi ekhaya nofundisa ekhaya kanti mina ke nguthishela ngokomsebenzi kuyintokozo kakhulu ke ukufundisa ikakhulukazi imfundo yasekhaya thina asihambelani nalomthetho ikakhulukazi lapha kusigaba u8 la kukhulunywa khona ngotshwala ukuthi ke kufanele ukuthi bube khona emagcekeni ezikolo angivumelani nalokho okunye futhi ukuthi uma abantu befundela ekhaya noma ke kufanele ukuthi ke sibe namathuba afanayo ukuthi umuntu azikhethele ukuthi ke ingaba uthanda imfundo yasekhaya noma imfundo yezikolo ezizimele noma ke imfundo yezikolo ke zikahulumeni ukuthi ke izingane kufanele ukuthi ke zibe nokukhululeka ukuthi bakwazi ukuzikhethela njengoba ke sihlala kulelizwe lenkululeko ukuthi bazikhethele ukuthi ke bona bafuna ukufunda emakhaya noma ezikolweni ezingasese zizimele noma bafundiswe ekhaya. Okunye futhi ngithanda nje ukuthi ngikusho ukuthi ke bengizicelela nje ngiyanxusa ukuthi ningasusi ke wonke lawo magunya akhona ukuthi ke abantu bakwazi ukuthi bazikhethele ukuthi bona bafunda kuphi. Njengothisha ke siyazwisisa ke ukuthi ke izikolo kufanele ukuthi zilawulwe kodwa uhulumeni akufanelanga ukuthi ke aqambukele nalapho kungadingeki khona. Mina ke ngibelethwe ngo-2001 kusho ukuthi ke ngineminyaka engu-22 manje njengoba ke siphila kule Ningizimu Afrika entsha. Siyazi ke kusukela ngo-1994 ngesikhathi so-Nelson Mandela kulapho ke saqeda khona ngobandlululo ngokohlaka. Manje ke bengicela nje ukuthi ke siqhubeke ngalo mkhankaso singaboni abantu ukuya ngombala wesikhumba sabo. Ngithanda ukuthi sithokoze kakhulu ngethuba enisinikeze lona umama ukhona la imindeni nabangani bakhona. Ngiyajabula kakhulu ngethuba lokuthi nibanikeze lona ukuthi benze izethulo zabo. Ngiyabonga.
Honourable members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Charlene Chauvet-Swart. I represent my family and I am addressing an aspect which concerns all homeschoolers in South Africa. I reject the bill, particularly clause 37. One of the reasons I homeschool is that I want my child to learn the skill of researching and the value of independent research. Clause 37 of the BELA bill is, however, not based on research. As the Minister herself admitted to a question by Honourable Sukas at the meeting of the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education on the 8th of February 2022, the DBE does not have any research on home education. The DBE's own consultant, Dr. Trevor Coombe, stated in the draft discussion document on home education in 2015 that a comprehensive understanding of the home education phenomenon in South Africa can be achieved only after an independent research study has been carried out on the basis of a research design in which both the departments and the home education bodies have confidence. Until reliable information is available, the development of a new home education policy and amendments to home education law should be approached with due circumspection. I wish to restate this last line. Until reliable information is available, the development of a new home education policy and amendments to home education law should be approached with due circumspection. However, the Minister has admitted that research does not exist. People may say that the HOD or the PEDs must have oversight over homeschooling like they have over conventional schooling. But how can they do this if they do not have research about homeschooling? They will be overseeing in the dark. Honourable Committee, you are being asked by the DBE to do exactly what the DBE's own consultants said you must not do. Change the law on home education without research on home education. I understand that there are people who want this bill passed quickly because it is in the best interest of their children that this bill be passed quickly. But it is in the best interest of my child, who some of you have already met, that proper research be done before you make laws that affect my child. I therefore ask you to please split the bill and hold back clause 37. Thank you.
Ngiyathokoza ibizo lami ngingushaleni ngijamele umndeni wami ngijamela phanga phambili ngithi siyawuraga lomthethomlingwa ngombana awuqaleleli amakhono abantwana bami abanawo khulukhulu leya indinyana yamachuma amathathu nekomba u37 asiyisekeli kokugcina ngomnyaka ka2022 ungqongqothe wefundo sisekelo wabonakala mhlana khulumako mhlokho ukuthi akanalo ilwazi mayelana nefundo yekhaya njeke akukho imithetho mgomo ebazayenza ngefundo yekhaya ngombana abanazo ilwazi layo ukuthi ke uhloko womnyango kube nguye oqalako obeka ilihlo ama SGB lokho nakhona angeze kukhonakala ngombana naye akazilitho ngefundo yekhaya abayenzi ihubhululo mayelana nefundo yekhaya njeke bazowenza njani amachuguluko ekubeni abenzi amachuguluko ngikhulumela ifundo yabentwa bami ngalokho ke ngiyatsho ukuthi siyawuraga lomthethomlingo amen
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kefas Malawa. I'm an educator and a representative of SATU, Labor Organization for Educators. I support the bill, mostly based on some of the clauses. Let me just indicate, number one, on the language in education policy, we have observed over a long time that the language has been used to discriminate against some of the children in the society. And I'm surprised that some of the people, we talk about the same children, my children, your children, our children, but some people are talking about, it looks like, sounds like they are only talking about their children. We are talking about our children. And I believe that this proposed bill supports and is fair and just to all our children, if we speak of our children, indeed. And number two, I believe that in terms of the admission policy, or all policies that are drafted by the school SGBs and they are endorsed by the parents, we're saying it's good that finally the HOD will be able to assess if those policies are fair and just to all the children. Because then we have observed over long time, we have observed that some of the schools took the Department of Education to court on the issues of language policies because they did not believe in transformation. And I believe that this bill supports transformation in the education system. If indeed we want to pursue transformation in the education system, we should be supporting the bill. If you can draw the opposite of this bill, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean in this country. Because we should not resist transformation in this country. And we believe that, again, all policies should be aligned to the constitution of this country. So if the policies, school policies, are not aligned to the constitution of the country, obviously, they are going to discriminate against other members of the society. And on the misconduct of learners, we believe that it's good that as a bill proposes, but teachers are left out. We believe that something should be added on the bill so that the educators can also feel safe at school level. Because when a learner beats a teacher, it's called an assault. You must go and open an assault case, a case of assault. But when a teacher beats a learner, you are dismissed. In order for this to be balanced, we should, our rights, both the learners and teachers, should be respected. So we feel,
Ngithanda ukubingelela wonke umuntu okhona igama lami ngingu-Kefas ongumfundisi aphinde futhi akhulumele inhlangano yesathu. Kunezinto ezimbalwa engithanda ukukhuluma ngazo. Eyokuqala indaba ethinta inqubomgomo yolimi Ngicabanga ukuthi okuyisikhathi eside abantu abaningi besebenzisa inqubomgomo yolimi ukuze baxwase abanye abantu. Njengoba ngilokhu ngilalele kukhulunywa lapha, sonke sikhuluma ngengane yami, ngengane yakho, ngengane yethu. Kodwa ke manje khona abakhuluma ngengane yabanye abantu. So manje kwenza ukuthi ke sithi kuyibheka ukuthi kanti lo mthetho sivivinyo wenzelweni, ngoba lo mthetho sivivinyo uhlanganisa izingane zethu sonke. Wenzelwe ukuthi kungabi ukucwasa okuba khona uma kuziwa endabeni yolimi. Ingakho ngingasiboni isidingo sokuthi ngeke ngawusekela, ngakho ngiyawusekela uma kuziwa kulokho. Kanti okwesibili ile nqubomgomo yokwamukelwa kwezingane esikolweni noma admission policy. Kunemithetho eyabekwa lapha, yabekwa isigungu esilawulayo sesikole, kwathi emva kwalokho nabazali nabo bayiphasisa. Kuhle ke manje ukuthi kulomthetho sivivinyo sekuzongenela ne-HOD isizoqhamuka yona izobheka ukuthi lo mthetho ke eniuphasisile nina njenge school governing body kanye nabazali uyavumelana yini nomthetho sisekelo, ngoba kufanele umthetho uma ubekwa kube umthetho ongenzeleli, ongakhiphile abanye abantu ngaphandle, ongacwasa abanye abantu. Manje njengamanje ezinye izikole zifaka uhulumeni ezinkantolo zama ukuyommangalela, kodwa makuthi kuyabhekwa kuyabonakala ukuthi ingoba zilwisana nenguquko, aziyifuni inguquko eyenzekayo. Ngakho kwenza manje susekele ngoba umthetho umubekiwe kufanele uvumelane nomthetho sisekelo wezwe. Uma kuziwa ke kule ndaba yokungaziphathi kahle kwezingane, nayo futhi ngiyibona sengathi kukhona okufanele kwenezelwe lapho, ngoba othisha bashiyelwe ngaphandle, bakhishwa inyumbazane bona abafakwanga, ngoba izingane uma zishaya othisha kuthiwa azihambe ziyovula icala zimmangalele uthisha ngokuthi uzishayile. Kodwa uma kuwuthisha owenza lokho, uthisha uyaxoshwa esikolweni. Manje kusho ukuthi kukhona okushaya amanzi lapho kufanele kwenziwe, kwenezelwe okuthile kulo mthetho. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the chairperson, honorable members of parliament, the executive mayor of Governbegi, and nabo wonke umuntu okhona eholweni. Igama nginguNtabeleng Tahane. I am the member of EFF, RCT additional member, and a councillor in Governbegi municipality. The EFF is in support of the amendment to the South African Schools Act, which seeks to make education from grade R to grade 12, and the criminalization of anyone who blocks children from attending schools. Well, mina nginenkinga kakhulu ezikolweni zasedorobheni ngoba abantwana bethu sibafaka from grade R until grade 7. And then nabafika ka grade 7 nakwaseka baye ema high school kuba nenkinga yokuthi bazokutshela ukuthi it's not a feeding school yaleyo umntwana loyo. So sisacela ukuthi nalapho ke ba change. This provision, however, could potentially spread principles too thin. It can't be the sole responsibility of a principal to make such decision without the support of SGB. Well, the provision relates to languages that are necessary to public schools and previously white-dominated schools. So Afrikaans should not be a priority ezikolweni. Abantwana, they must also be given an opportunity to study their home language yabo. The Educators Act should be aligned with Section 8 of the Public Administration Management Act on how public service employees do business with the state. The rest of the provision of this bill is quite progressive and ought to be supported, I submit.
Ngiyabonga ngethuba, mina igama lami uNtabeleng Tahane, mina ngiyikhansela le EFF. Tina si EFF siyawusekela lo mthetho osivivinywa njengoba uchibiela lo mthetho wezikolo waseningizimu Afrika iSASA ikakhulukazi ku le sici sokuthi kuzoba icala elibovu ukungavumeli ingane ukuthi iye esikolweni ngoba ngibona kuyinkinga enkulu kakhulu esibhekene nayo ukuthi ke kusuka lapha ku grade R kuya ku grade 7 ukuthi ingane uma iya ithi yofaka isicelo sokwamukelwa esikolweni atshelwe ukuthi ke akusona isikolo afanele ukuthi angene kuso ngendawo yokuhlala kanti ke lokhu ngicabanga ukuthi ke kucekela phansi inqubo mgomo ekhona kahulumeni yokuthi ke zonke izingane zinelungelo zokuthi ke zingene ezikolweni kanti ke lokhu ke akufanelanga ukuthi kwenziwe noma lokhu ke akwenzeki ngaphandle kwekusekelwa kwe SGB kanti kubonakala ngathi iAfrikaans le yona ibeka soqhulwini ngoba yona ke kuyafundiswa izifundo ezithile ngalo lolwimi thina ke sibona ukuthi abafundi kufanele ukuthi ke bafundiswe ngolwimi lwabo lasekhaya ukuze bakwazi ukuthi bazwisise kahle izifundo zabo kanti futhi kufanele ukuthi ke sibhekelele nalomthetho woku Public Service Administration Act ngendlela ke yokuhambisa izikhungo zikahulumeni ingakho ke ngithi ke kufanele ukuthi abantu ke ababamba iqhaza bacwashiswe ngalokhu yikho lokho ke noma yilezo zizathu ezenza ukuthi thina siusekele lo mthetho ngiyabonga
Slalo ngithanda ukuthi ngibingelele to the chairperson of the parliamentary committee as well as the members of the parliament. How can I leave out my executive mayor Nhlakanipho Zuma? I greet you all the panel members, all protocols observed. Ngicabanga ukuthi lokho kungaba ngcono. Now, Chairperson, first and foremost, I just want to remind you and all South Africans that Afrikaans is one of the languages that are protected in our South African Schools Act. Therefore, if I'm saying Afrikaans is protected, what about the Mandarin language that was introduced by the Honorable President Jacob Zuma to be taught in our school? What is Mandarin? What is Mandarin? But people, they are quiet. What is Mandarin in South Africa? People, they are quiet, they are silent in terms of that. Shame, man. Chairperson, you know, I don't want to talk something that I don't know. I want to refer this parliamentary committee with facts. Not anywhere in this world, but here in Mbalenhle. There is a school that was budgeted a decade ago, over a decade ago. But that school does not still exist. It's a high school. And no one is talking about, they are just talking something we don't know. I'm talking something about that is directly affecting the South Africa, the children of the poorest. That is this, over a decade, how many children have been deprived the right of education? The money of that school, I said it was budgeted. But due to corruption, fraud, and maladministration, Our children have been deprived education. But today we say no.
Liphelile. Your time is up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Slalo, and the members of the panel. Gokuthoma ubaba ngithanda ukuhlaba ukuveza ukuthi iAfrikaans ivikelekile. Abantu bezile ngaphambili bakhuluma ngeAfrikaans kodwana abatsho ilitho ngeMandarin. Iyini iMandarin lapha eSouth Africa? Angifuni ukukhuluma kakhulu ni. Ngizokuthanda ukwenza umzekelo ngesinye isikolo lapha eMbalenhle solo senzelwa isabelo mali sokuthi sizokwakhiwa tot namhlanje. Nofana bekube namhlanje isikolo leso zange sakhiwa. Ngebanga le corruption nofana le kohlakalo. Bekube namhlanje isikolo leso azange sakhiwe. Ngithanda ukukhuluma ngalokho ngento eyenzeka la eMbalenhle. Ubaba ugcine lapho ke ngebanga lokuphelelwa sikhathi.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. My name is Deidre Erasmus. I'm a representative of the Democratic Alliance and I'm a ward councillor for Governor Mbeki. We strongly reject the BELA bill. It is truly disheartening to hear previous speakers turning their arguments into a question of race and culture. The BELA bill will not support the homeschooling sector. Homeschooling forms a valuable part of our education system. It is clear that there was not enough investigation done into the unique challenges and advantages of this sector. This bill doesn't allow enough support to homeschooling to ensure a high quality of education. I want to applaud the young homeschool pupils that spoke today. They are well spoken and I salute their parents. You should be very proud. This should also be a testament to the success in homeschooling and its integral part in our education system. Let's give them the support they need. Thank you.
Umama Erasmus uyikhansela le ward uthi kubhlungu kakhulu kuye ukuzwa abantu mabekhuluma ngalomthetho sivivinyo bese behlanganisa ubuzwe kanye namasiko ngoba lezi zinto azingeni kulomthetho sivivinyo kodwa into ekhathaza kakhulu ukuthi ukufundisela ekhaya izingane kuyinto ewumgogodla kakhulu okudingeka iqhubeke yenziwa kodwa kuyacaca ukuthi abantu abaningi abakhuluma ngakho ukufundisela ekhaya abazange balenze ucwaningo olufanele ukuze bazi ukuthi kuyini kahle hle ukufundisela ekhaya futhi kuba nawuphi umphumela kuyajabulisa ngokusho kwakhe ukuthi bakhona abazali ababe nesibindi bayeza lapha nezingane bachaza ubuhle bokufundisela ekhaya nezinga elikhona eliphezulu elitholakala ngokufundisela ekhaya ngakho labo bazali kufanele bazishaya isifuba kufanele baziqhenye ngokuba nesibindi sokukhuluma kahle ngokufundisela ekhaya ngaphandle kwalokho ke ngokomthetho sivivinyo izona zizathu ezenza angawusekeli.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity that you've given me, and greetings to the whole House as large. My name is Cedric Sogo from Steve Tshwete Local Municipality. I really would like to say we reject the whole entire bill, as this is a skeleton bill. If you really read it, I understand the leading party. For them, it look familiar because it have more fancy words that they can shine about. However, if you can take a close look at this bill, it really doesn't serve the purpose of the children and the purpose of the parents. There's a say that it takes a village to grow a child. In this bill, it really is an opposite. It's an opposite say when it comes to that, because it takes away and it depresses the SGB. And once they're doing that, they know that soon enough we're going to have, they want to do some cater deployment where we'll be having some minister of school. As we've seen, we've got some minister of electricity. And their purpose is very simple. It's for them to put some money on their pocket that will not be able to be filled. Chairperson of the session, I would like to challenge you, you and your committee, to go down as you come to Mpumalanga right now. Mpumalanga is one of the rural places where we've got some rural schools there that are not developed. And this bill doesn't say anything about that. This bill doesn't say anything about the infrastructure that has been demolished in the school. This bill doesn't say anything about going down there to Mkondo and look for the kids that is starving every day, that is not been given justice. We do not want to see another thing that has been happening there in KZN, where we saw some cater deployment that has been done. My say is this bill has nothing to serve our children, has nothing to serve our parents. The only thing that's going to do is going to take the power from the SGPs and give it to the minister, as the leading parties always do. So as Democratic Alliance, we strongly reject this bill. It doesn't serve any purpose for our children. I thank you.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngaleli thuba. Mina igama lami uCedric Soko, ngibuya eSteve Tshwete Municipality. Thina siyawuphikisa lo mthetho sivivinywa, ngoba ke uma ufunda nje lo mthetho sivivinywa uyabona nje ukuthi wona ke njengoba wakhe ile qembu eliphikisayo ukuthi bazakhele wona lo mthetho, ngoba ke awuhambelani nje nenjongo yokufundiswa kwezingane ngaphandle nje kokucwasa. Kukhona ke isisho esithi ke kuthatha umphakathi ukukhulisa ingane. Manje ke kufanele ukuthi ke sibukisise kahle ke sihambelane nalezi zisho nobuhlakano obukhona kuzisho zethu zesintu. Mina engikubonayo nje ukuthi ke la iqembu elibusayo bona ke babhekelele kuphela izikhundla, njengoba ke sesibona ukuthi ke kukhona ezinye izikhundla, isikhundla esisha esakhiwe sikangqongqoshe kagesi, okubonisa nje ukuthi hayi bona injongo yabo nje ukuthi ke bazenzele nje imali. Kanti uma ke noma ngiyacela sihlalo ukuthi nizeni la eMpumalanga, ngoba iningi lezindawo la eMpumalanga izindawo zasemakhaya. Kanti lo mthetho sivivinyo wona ke awusilekeleli ngalutho kuleso simo esikuso, awulekeleli izingane noma abazali, ngoba lo mthetho sivivinywa uthatha amagunya akhona ke kubazali, bese kuba uhulumeni kube uye kuphela olawulayo. Yingakho ke thina sithi siyawuphikisa lo mthetho ngoba awusizi ngalutho. Ngiyabonga.
Ayre okhulumayo uSecretary wamaGorela non-political movement Tshepo Mai. Yokuqala singathi lo mthetho sivinyo lo sawuphikisa. Point number 1, angeke nize ni parliament committee nize nephepha eniliphalile nina ukuthi nifuna ini yenzo kanjani. Wonke imoto ama-clause ala, nobody ola ongewafaka input kilo nto leyo. Point number 2, into ekumele niyenzile ukuthi nifike bese nisinika lezi zinto silana singeinhlangano ehlukahlukene bekumele sithole ichance ukuthi sihambe soyikhulumisa lento le enhlanganeni zethu before sizoza kini but ongothi ufana ukuthi nina nifika ngayo bese nasinika nifuna ukuthi thina sivotele in at the same time. Point number 3, last khuluma ngebasic abantwana abancane. So now you'll find ukuthi abantwana abancane from primary bazogcina ku grade 7 nge13 years but umuntu wa 13 years angeke akhona ukcreate anything abafundisi ukcreate kepha bafundiswa ini abo LO HMS LPC what izinto ezi unnecessary for bona engeke zibasise anything in life but if ever bebathishwa izinto efana neagriculture basasebancane if ever bebathishwa into zokulungisa bebengeke sonke silana singenile primary but sebesingenela futhi senzeni ayisizi ngenext primary lesinika yona sifuna ukusifundisa incwadi engeke zisize into esifuna ukuyenza ukucreate go eChina bheka eChina ukuthi economy yakhona ingakanani bayenzani ba create abantwana abakhona from the early age but thina eSouth Africa senzani. So thina sinal political movement gorilla lento le asifuni wrong ayifuneki wrong because now if benifuna ukuyenza ikumele niyenze kanjani nize nisinike bese sihambe sikhulumise so buya yini ngayo ukuthi thina besifuna lokho but now nina niyenzani niza ngemithetho ebantwaneni bethu so thina kumele sivume leyo into esingeke sivume ayire.
Thank you very much. My name is Tsepo, the secretary of the guerrilla movement. Guerrilla organization or movement. We would like to register that we reject the bill. We think that you came here, you did not give us enough time to go and study this bill. And now we can't make any contribution to it. We believe that you should have given us enough time to go and read what is on the bill. This bill speaks of the basic things, which is a primary level of schools. So at that level, the kids are not learning anything. We want the kids to learn to manufacture, so that that will help them in the future. The curriculum should include manufacturing, as they are doing in China. Their students are learning in the lower levels of school how to manufacture things. So we reject this bill, and we believe that you should have given us enough time to go and study this bill so that we can make a positive contribution. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tabang Moiti. I'm a secretary of DA in Ward 13. So I'm here because I'm against the bill. The bill is not relevant